part of what I do is I have a company where we import products it's called warfare, because we import products from conflict-affected countries, from Afghanistan and Yemen and Somalia, and these countries are badly affected by conflict. But now they have climate change coming on top of it. And these countries, they will see severe issues and problems in the future. Somalia, we just wanted to buy 60 tons of sesame from Somalia. And they do the best sesame in the world in Somalia. But because of a severe drought, the worst drought ever seen in 40, 50, perhaps 100 years in Somalia, the crop failed and we couldn't get, and the farmers were left without their income in Somalia. And we need to do much more to compensate those who are impacted by climate change around in the world. And there Europe is not close to being where it should be. We need much larger global transfers to those countries that now face the worst impacts of climate change. So there we have another task. And then the ambassador here says, what about our competitiveness? If we go forward and if we put on a lot of climate policies in Europe, and then the Polish workers cannot have their job. And there I agree with you, we should also work to make sure that those countries in the world who do not take climate change seriously, they should pay a tariff if they want to sell their goods to Europe. We should have a climate tax or climate tariff, a countervailing duty, as you will call it technically, but so that if Saudi Arabia or the US, they want to sell us goods and they don't have climate policies where they are part of the solution, then we should shield the European producers from those products by having a climate tax. So there's a lot of policy that we need to take in order to compensate people all over.
You know what funny funny fact?
No?
I'm the rapporteur of exactly this legislation.
Good. Go for it. Go for it.
But I think there's one question that maybe only Mohammed has answered a bit. So how do we actually secure that we support each other within the EU on these things? So you could say EU solidarity around these things, so that we can transition together actually.
Yeah, so if you look at the EU on a whole, if you look at the energy transition, we will create just below 1 million extra jobs. Let's say between 800,000 up to 1 million on a macro level. So if you look at all the policies that we're taking, they look really good. The problem exists when you go to a regional level, because the jobs are not spread perfectly around Europe. So there we have to reassess whether we can help, especially the new sectors that we need to develop. Think about batteries, think about waste resourcing, as we call it, urban mining. There's a lot of materials in our economy that we can get back, reuse, and we have to do it on a large scale. Think about chemical recycling, where we can break down all kinds of plastics up to a molecule level and create all kinds of new plastics out of it. If we show solidarity and have like some kind of system where we help the regions where jobs will be lost to basically help companies create these factories in those regions, I think that would be something very important. When it comes to competitiveness, I always, when I have debates on climate, people tell me about, yeah, we have to be competitive. Let's take two examples. One, windmills, especially offshore. If it wasn't of the vast investments from public and private in countries like Denmark, Germany, a little bit the Netherlands, we would never have these very competitive sector today. If you look at the Danish companies, they are now one of the biggest when it comes to offshore wind, and they now started to export their knowledge and their expertise to other countries all over the world. For solar, we did similar things. We made one mistake there. We gave the technology to the Chinese, but it was developed by approximately 150 billion euros from the German government and German industry. If we would do, in a smart way, set up these new sectors like batteries, like waste recycling, and make sure that these jobs are created in the EU and stay in the EU, I think that's very important. And again, what you said, it's called the carbon border adjustment mechanism. But we say we're not naive anymore as the EU. We are asking our producers, when they pollute, to pay a tax. It's called the emission trading system tax for CO2. But if you produce the same product outside the EU, you're allowed to sell it without paying anything, even if you are much more polluting, and hence we create an unequal situation. And that's not good for competitiveness. So what we say now is, we want to make sure that we want to support the most sustainable, most, hopefully at the moment, the most cost-effective approach. We want to stimulate green production in the EU. But if you do not produce outside the EU in the same way we ask from our producers, you either pay at the border or you're not welcome in the European market. And remember, we are the second largest consumer market in the world. We were quite a long time the largest. We were just surpassed by China. But when it comes to luxurious goods, we are still the largest region in the world. That gives us a lot of power. So if you do not follow our reasoning, our ambition, you're not welcome to sell your products anymore. I think that's a very strong approach from the EU.
And Mr. Scheimer, yeah, I think we need some additional information about these solar panels, what happened actually, because as far as I know now there's one solar cell factory in the US and one in EU, and the rest, is it 90% of all solar panels are now produced in China?
Yeah, so also there's a lot of unfair competition coming from China, where the Chinese government, of course, subsidizes. It's a bit vague what they do, but it's almost impossible for us in the EU to produce for that amount. But there are a lot of external costs that are not included in the Chinese prices. For example, what to do with the end of lifetime of these solar panels. They are placed on a garbage, let's say, I mean, we don't recycle them. It's a waste bin. So if we say we want to reshore that type of production to the EU, which I think is a smart way, and we say that we have certain conditions on these products, like we now did, for example, for batteries, then I think we can help European companies set up these products in the EU. And everyone is leaving now, but because they of course disagree now.
Yeah. Actually, we were informed prior to the meeting that they have to go to another meeting. But thank you for participating. Yeah. And then for the rest of you, I think actually I will open up the floor for questions. So if there are questions among any of the, or maybe additional comments, Mr. Martins, Ambassador Martins.
I think something else we have to do, there's all these new technologies and the norm setting, we have to speed up our legislative work on that, for instance on hydrogen and so on. So if we are quick, we do it well, then we can be norm setting in the world, and I think that also helps our system. Otherwise the Chinese, for instance, will do it in a way we have questions, but if they can set the market, then it's too late. So there's a lot of work to do and give space to experiments in a way, because the whole circular economy, hydrogen, how we do this, we have to invest a lot also in the networks, making a genuine European electricity market. There's a lot there's a lot of investment to make. It's a lot of labor as well. So it can really be a drive for the economy and a whole change. So there's a lot to be done, and it takes time, and that's part of the problem if we want to make it by 2050.
Just a side comment. Again, I can only agree with what was said just now. Would like to point out two things there. One is the redistribution of the wealth. Again, Silesia is one of the examples, but when talking about the competitiveness, I didn't mean the Polish competitiveness.
No.
I mean the European Union competitiveness on the labor market of the whole Europe as such. When I say though when I talk about the redistribution of the wealth and allocating certain tools, mechanism, financing, this is a tool that the European Union has and should not forget about. So there is definitely a thing of I myself representing Poland, a member state, and Poland is in a way uncompetitive and against those economies that were developed, and we are reaching out. We are really really working hard for the last 30 years that the GDP-wise would grow significantly. But there is an expectation from the people of Poland, the same probably goes with the people of Denmark and every single member state, that they can stay home, they can work where they were born, where their families are, when the heritage is, and all this. Obviously, there's been always a lot of migration within European Union and outside, but we always have to give people right alternatives to go or to stay where they are, where they belong to, when they feel safe and happy. So we wouldn't like Europeans to migrate to South America or North America like it was the case 80 years ago. And I'm not going that far, maybe, and it's not justified to draw such conclusions in this very context, and the context of the discussion of today's topic. But we can see, if I may, I would refer back to the war at our doors. We got war in Europe these days. The inflation is skyrocketing. The competitiveness of many sectors is going down significantly in 1 year only. And so we shouldn't limit the discussion only to the green transition as a whole, but also to look for certain solutions, immediate steps we could take to tackle this very crisis that we are facing as of today. There is the prices going up, the affordability of the energy, that unfortunately will have an impact, very negative impact on the labor market and of the competitiveness of some of the sectors, energy-intensive sectors, but not only. Very last thing that I wanted to share with you, the fertilizer producers in Europe closed down the production, so they're not competitive anymore. What it means indirectly for all of us and for the farmers, it is less affordability of the fertilizers themselves, which will result in inflation, in the cost of living, because of the simple fact that the food prices may go up. So it is not that we are questioning the necessity to discuss and to move forward with the green transition. But meanwhile, we need to remember about this very crisis that we are facing as of today and find the solutions and right answers to this crisis of today. And having in mind and obviously the long-term needs and projects that we all agreed on, including my country, there is Poland.
Yeah. Christian?
Yeah, well, if there's any questions from the floor, I think you should definitely come forward. But I would just say to the Polish ambassador, I really respect what you say also, and we have war in Europe, and Poland is taking a huge share of those refugees that are arriving and taking good care of them, and this is a situation that should make us rethink many issues. That this can happen in 2022 in the middle of Europe is not only a sad, but it's a devastating thing. But I also think it should help us to rethink the way we have energy and depend on energy. And I think you agree on this. And if you go back 50 years, we had a few big plants, and they were all power plants, and they were all depending on fossil fuels from countries like Saudi Arabia and the Middle East, And finally we moved away from this. But if you look at the energy system in Denmark now, we have 10,000s of power plants in Denmark distributed out. We can do off-grid solutions if we were there, and we can. So reforming our energy system is also about tackling the larger issues of dependencies that are not conducive to peace. And this is something we should do. And then I would just say to Ambassador Martens that I agree with you on the norm-setting role of the EU, and I think the EU should move faster on it. Now all of you have your mobile phones, right? And finally we have one plug for all of them. That's a big relief. But
well, it took 13 years.
Yeah, it took 13 years. But if you drive an electric car, I have had my now third electric car, and the plugs are all different, you know, and there's no roaming agreement between the companies supplying the cars, you know, so you cannot, if you plug it into the wrong one, then it wouldn't work, and you know, come on, EU, just solve it, you know, and do it fast, you know, so we can get a lot of electric cars all over the place. And so I am a big fan of the EU. Don't be mistaken. But I really think now the EU should understand the urgency of the task and move on some of these issues.
But can I say something? Because the EU, every time people refer to the EU, we act as if it's like some kind of invisible hand that does things that just
Supranational.
overcomes. You know, we have no idea what happens there. You know, the EU is us. If you look in the mirror, that's the EU. If that image doesn't appeal to you, that's still yourself. We are the EU. There's no one else. It's our leaders. It's our members of parliament that take decisions. There's no law where not a Danish person has been involved, or a Polish person, or a Dutch person. We need to approach Europe much more from solidarity. There's one point that he implicitly mentioned, and me as a Dutchman, we are one of the frugal four countries, that every time when we go to Brussels, we act as if Brussels is only asking money out of us. And the Danish government is one of the frugal four, let's be honest. And the solidarity mechanism that we have developed in the EU every time get, let's say, minimized within the Council. And I think that's being penny wise and pound foolish, because the energy transition will ask a lot of investments and co-financing from governments. And if we do that, then at one point probably it will become profitable. We will start exporting that knowledge to other parts in the world, but we need some solidarity for that. And I think, yes, I fully agree with you. Not every region in the EU is as rich. We don't have the same starting points, but if we start acting together, if we start making sure that the transition is from one perspective, then I think it will be successful. One point, if you look at our electricity grid, then every member state is almost isolated. We are very badly connected. If we were much more connected today, north, south, east, west, we would not have the problem that we have today, the energy price that we are having today. We can export Danish wind if you have an excess up to whatever we want, and we can start importing cheap solar electricity from Spain and Portugal if we were connected, but we are not connected. We are very badly connected. So let's start with that, and let's start with showing solidarity with regions, not only in Poland. There are many regions, even in the Netherlands, we have in the north a region that is highly dependent on fossil fuels, and also there we need to show solidarity. So it's not only, you know, the north helping the south or the west helping the east, it's also solidarity within regions. And then, that's the starting point. I really believe that we can turn the energy transition from some kind of catastrophe into something that can create jobs, opportunities, and keeps us being number one when it comes to competition. Because it's not about where we are today. I want our industry to be as competitive as they are today in 10 or 20 or 30 years, and I believe we can do it.
And Ambassador Mertens?
Yeah, well, I think it's also important on the norm setting that at least we agree we have to do it at the European level and avoid wasting time nationally to do it.
Agree.
Because we have so many obstacles still today in the internal market because we have different standards. So at least for any new technology that we do it immediately at the European level, because and it's the same also for the networks. How are we going to do it? It's amazing what technology can do. For instance, in Belgium, I learned that we are installing a new gas plant. I said, oh, come on, I thought we were working on the energy transition. But the brilliant thing is that the whole installation can be used later on for hydrogen. It's the same thing. So we are really building what we don't have today. And that's fantastic. So then it's in a transition thinking. And I think also in places where you use all the technologies for the transition, you have to think, how can we do it stepwise? Even if it's ideologically not the cleanest way. But at least it's a step in the right direction.
We have 5 minutes. We have a comment down there. You are also welcome not only to ask questions, but also just providing a commentary that from your perspective. Yeah.
There's a mic over here. There's a mic.
A microphone for the viewers. And
For the last 20 years, we have heard a lot of the global village, not only from the internet, but also from trade and everything. Now I have the idea, or I have the thought that it's changing very much. That Europe now are coming in. Europe village, China is a Chinese land village, and so on. What do you think about that?
I think that's a very good question, because we have, you could say, it maybe started with America first, India first, China first, and now Europe first somehow. But I guess that Christian, would you try to answer this? What is it that we actually becoming a geopolitical Europe?
Well, it worries me, this tendency, for sure, because especially if it comes a nationalistic and protectionistic approach to the world. And there's tendencies to see this. Now, I'm in favor of having taxes all over the world that compensate for the climate issue, but I'm a free trader in my belief, because I think we need to create dependencies. And although I fully understand and I support that we right now break away from Russia with everything we can in order to send the strongest signal that creating war is totally unacceptable, I believe in the long run we should be more depending on Russia. We should trade more and work more and travel more together to create peace and understanding. This is the basis of the European dream, and the construction is that by trading and knowing each other and traveling, we can create peace and progress for everybody. And I still believe in this. And I'm afraid that if we see this nationalistic, protectionistic approach to globalization today, those who will suffer the most are the poorest countries in the world, because they will be squeezed out. And as said, what I do in my daily life is that I trade with countries like Afghanistan and Yemen and Somalia, and I can promise you that they will be those who are left behind, and that they wouldn't stand a chance if we see nationalism and protectionism growing again. So I really hope that we will regain a vision of trading and traveling and cooperating together in the world.
But Christian, in this area, couldn't you say that we are actually also showing the world, like we are showing that what can be done when we focus on how to create a just energy transition, that we are actually also going ahead and showing the world that it can actually be done. So the technologies and the things that we develop here, and the fact that we maybe also solve the question of the job lost and the new jobs gained, that could also be a way to actually, in the long run, yeah.
Oh yeah, but and I think we should do much more to share this technology, freely and accessible to the world. I'm very skeptical to the approach we have to intellectual property, as you say, patents, because we have become very protectionistic there and protecting every innovation. And if we want to solve the problems of this world, we need to disseminate technology much faster, and it would be to the benefit of all of us if we do so. But I'll leave it to my fellow
Mr. Schein,
panelists.
what do you say to this? Do you have a sort of a thinking on this?
I mean, these are two separate topics. I mean, I see that we go from a multilateral world to a multipolar world. This is something we've seen. This is something that hopefully will be like a temporary phase, because I do believe that cooperation at the end of the day is very essential. But I also believe that when it comes to norming or product requirements, we should set standards that should guide other countries to do the same. I mean, none of us accept products that are made by slaves. None of us accept products that are made by child labor. I mean, if we know that this is done in these cases, we would not accept these products, whether it's clothing, whether it's a phone. And I think these standards are continuously developing. We don't want products that harm nature. We don't want products that harm the climate. I mean, this is something that's quite a natural that has evolved in the last decades, and consumers are demanding this more and more from industry. You don't need a politician for that. I think companies are more and more aware of that and are developing this. And of course, we as Europeans would love to continue working with all other countries in the world. There's no protectionism in the EU. If we set standards to our producers firstly. So I don't think anyone can say that we are protecting our own industry when it comes to climate. We're setting standards and that's it. Yeah, I mean, for me, this is very important, and hopefully this phase is a bit temporary, that we fastly can go back in the situation that like we used to do, where we sit together in the United Nations and discuss problems and discuss, let's say, ambition. That's something, of course, I'm a big fan of, and I prefer not having this war in Ukraine. I prefer us to have a good relation with Russia based on democracy and human rights, of course, based on our standards, and we should never lower them. For me, that's essential, and hopefully we can get back to that world. Maybe I'm naive, but at the end of the day, you have to also be a bit of a dreamer. At least our relation with the Americans have improved. So let's take that as a positive side of all the madness that's happened in the world.
I think we are closing for now so that we can get on to the next, but I just want to thank the viewers, the people here for participating in this discussion. I want to thank Mohammed Shaim, Antoni, Palkowski, yes, and Michel Mertens for participating, and I just think we should give ourselves a big clap. Yeah. Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody, and a warm welcome to the debate. It's great to see you all. The debate today is hosted by Akademikerne, the Danish Confederation of Professionals, and the theme of the debate is there a need for EU regulation on psychosocial working environment? And basically what you need to know is that this is about mental health at the workplace. It means preventing stress, it means preventing burnouts. Basically, if you can put it like this, today, if you get hit by a truck, there is a coherent EU rule to sort of prevent that from happening. But in the case of the psychosocial aspects, there just isn't. There isn't any specific regulation that goes in and tries to prevent this. So that's what we're going to be discussing today. And I think chances are that you know someone who has felt stressed, that you know someone. It's maybe from your family, maybe from one of your colleagues, maybe even someone who's experienced a burnout. It could be anybody. I know people personally, and we're going to be discussing also what does it actually mean. Here in front of you see 4 people who, from different backgrounds by the way, who want to tackle this issue by imposing stricter rules on employers, or rather they want the EU to do it for them. So what is it that these people want, and how is that going to prevent you or me from experiencing stress or having a burnout? Why does the EU have to get involved with this in the first place? And what is it that these people are doing while they're waiting for the EU? That's what I would like to find out today. We have a whole hour, and at some point you will be very welcome to ask your questions as well. First, we're going to give each panelist a chance to sort of talk for 5 minutes each and present their points, and then we're going to open up for a wider debate. My name is Mads Anneberg. I'm the Europe correspondent for Radio 4 here in Denmark. And in the panel, we have Nina Hedegaard Nielsen on your left, and Lisbeth Lintz, both from Akademikerne, the Danish Confederation of Professional Associations. And here we have Nilla Gles. Am I pronouncing that right? Bonjour et bienvenue, Marière. You know, after the Tour de France, there's been a lot of French people in Denmark. So, mostly in Copenhagen, now you're here in Maya as well. And last but not least, of course, Marianne Vind, member of the European Parliament for the Social Democrats. Give them a hand. And I would like you to just, if I could get you to do it maybe, Nina, to just describe to me what are the consequences of stress? What is it actually we're talking about today?
Yeah, thank you. Maybe I should say first that I'm employed as an advisor on occupational health and safety at Akademikerne, and I've done a lot of work for the Danish trade unions for the last 5 years in the EU, and also with the European Commission, with the employers, with the member states. So that's my background for this work. So basically, first of all, if we look at the problem is, well, we have some numbers from the EU Commission, and we know that these numbers are a little bit old, but these are the numbers that the EU Commission uses. So we also use the same numbers. So the EU Commission says stress represents about half of all lost working days in the EU. So half of all lost working days, sickness leave, is caused by stress. And they also say that 80% of all managers in the EU member states are worried about work-related stress. So that's 80% of the managers. So that's just two numbers saying that this is a huge problem. And then, I don't know, should I just continue, or do you want to ask some questions? Or
If you could just put a few sentences on what is it that people experience when they experience stress, which is the consequence of what we're talking, and then I'm going to...
okay, what are the consequences? Well, obviously the consequences, first thing is that you experience stress, and work-related stress is about, for example, the high workload. It can be emotional demands. For example, if you work with patients, if you work with clients, and they're having emotional problems, or it's difficult work and you make a mistake, and you can get real stress from that also. You can get burnout. There are also unclear demands. Of course, there's bullying, there's harassment, that's also part of it. Violence at work is also something that can cause stress. And then again, stress can cause other problems. So stress can cause anxiety and can cause depression. And again, if you look at the worst case scenario, depressed people can commit suicide. So in that sense, we look sometimes at some really serious issues. So it can start with the work-related stress and then can develop into something more serious. So I don't know what that was the question.
It's very different from person to person how serious it is, of course. But in the end, we're talking about something that could potentially.
We know the more problems in the working environment, the more likely you are to have stress and other serious illnesses.
All right. Well, with that, I would like to begin the first rounds. Nina, you begin 5-6 minutes, and then
okay.
The floor is yours.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then I would like to say something about what is the state of play in the EU at the moment, because this debate, like you said, Mads, is about saying we need better regulation in the EU on psychosocial risks, as we call it. In Denmark, we would say psykisk arbejdsmiljø. In English, we say psychosocial risks, just to know the terms. So why do we need better regulation, and what is the state of play at the moment? And the state of play is that we have in the EU, we have quite good regulation on occupational health and safety, and we had that since 1989, where we got the so-called Framework Directive, and here that basically says it's the employer's responsibility that it's safe and it's healthy to work, and this also covers psychosocial risks. But the thing is, it's not mentioned. It just covers, but it's not mentioned, not with a single word. But it is covered by this Framework Directive, saying that it's the employer's responsibility, and the employer has to perform risk assessment, and the employer has to follow that up with taking measures. In Danish, we call risk assessment APV, arbejdspladsvurdering. So you know what I mean. So that comes from the European legislation. There's also the rules about following the prevention principles, and that means that you have to start with tackling the cause. So you have to remove or eliminate the problem first. For example, if you have a huge workload, if you can remove that workload, that's the best thing to do. If you can't do that, you'll have to manage it in some way, and you have to manage it on a collective basis. So you have to do something for everybody. And the last thing you could do is do something for the individual. So for example, sending people to mindfulness, that is the last thing you should do, basically. So that's the situation now, that we have this Framework Directive. It covers psychosocial risk, but it's not mentioned, not with a single word. On the other hand, the EU has 23 specific directives on different parts of the occupational health and safety. I'm not going to mention all 23, but I'll just give you an idea. We have the ones on carcinogens and mutagens, that is dangerous substances. We have Workplace Directive. We have working with display screen equipment. We have Noise Directive, but we don't have anything on psychosocial risks. What does this mean then? Well, that means that the member states, and here now it starts to get interesting, because in the European Trade Union Confederation, they have made some research about this, or they're doing this at the moment, and that shows that the different member states are dealing really different with psychosocial risks. Some member states are not even mentioning it. Some are mentioning stress, some are mentioning mental health in their legislation. We'll talk about legislation here. Some say something about bullying, some say something about workload, but it's really different, and we actually have countries that don't even say anything about it. So the main thing here is there was no coherent way of looking at it. There's no one conceptualization. There's not a language for it. So when we say psychosocial risk in Denmark, it's different from when you say psychosocial risk in Belgium, how you understand this. A few examples here. In Denmark and Sweden, we have coherent legislation. We got that in Denmark in 2020, after a little bit of a push from the trade union movement. I had to say that. And in Sweden, they had it for more than 10 years. The Danish and Sweden legislation focuses on the risk factors. It focuses on workload, it focuses on violence, harassment, like I said before. So here we're looking at the risk factors in the working environment. Another example is Belgium. They do a little bit the same. They focus a little bit on the risk factors, but they focus a lot about what the individual will do if something happens, where the individual will go. So again, that's a very different way of looking at it. So that's just some example, but the picture here is it's not coherent and it's not the same way of looking at it. So the last thing I would just to say about this is, so we don't have the same minimal protection across the EU, which is actually quite important. That's the whole level playing field, I would call it, on the whole occupational health and safety legislation in the EU, is that everybody has to live up to the same minimal standards, and we don't have that on psychosocial risks. So, but it's not that the EU is not doing anything, so I'll just tell you quickly what they are doing. There is the EU's Agency for Occupational Health and Safety. That's located in Bilbao in Spain. They have made awareness campaigns on stress prevention. They've made guidelines, research, dissemination of knowledge. They've made that for the last at least 2 decades. So there is a lot of work going on the guidance level. Also, the EU social partners have made framework agreements on stress in 2004, and violence and harassment in 2007. And in Denmark, we know that from the public sector, Trivselsaftalen, that is the Danish implementation of these agreements in the public sector. In the private sector, we haven't done anything specific about them. And that also shows that what we look at from an European level is very patchy, the way it's been implemented. So some countries have done something, some countries have done something in some sectors, so it's not coherent. Finally, what are we doing right at the moment? There's a new campaign coming in 2023, digitalization on occupational health and safety, that also focuses on psychosocial risks. And there is a new EU strategy on occupational health and safety that was from 2021. And there the EU Commission says a non-legislative initiative with the social partners. So something that is not rules and that are not laws. So that's the state of play, and I'm sure you're going to also elaborate on that because the Parliament has also done something, but I'll leave that for you to say that, Marianne Vind. But that's just to give the picture where we are in the EU at the moment.
So to sum up, it's a bit of a patchwork, what we in Danish would call kludetæppe, of different things going on in the different EU countries.
Yeah.
Denmark is actually one of the best countries, along with Sweden and Belgium.
Yeah.
So you're somehow safer, here than you would be in France, for example, if you were to experience something like this, or at least you're more likely to have legislation in place here that prevents it.
Yeah.
So far the problem. Now we're going to hear what you believe should be the solution. Lisbeth Lintz, the president of Akademikerne, the floor is yours.
Thank you. That's very important to start by saying we need the EU regulation of the psychosocial risk at work. And how can we do that? Why don't we just interest us what is going on in Denmark? That's of course because the European Union is a trademark for all of us. We work in one country or another. It's a cross-border problem. We have to, as in many other areas, to make this minimum standard so that we know that this is how people are protected the least. Work-related stress is among the most challenging issues for workers' health and safety. It's costly for the individual, it's costly for the workplace, and it is costly for the society, which Nina has just underlined in her presentation. But let's keep in mind that it can be managed just like any other workplace health and safety risk. So let's not make them more difficult than it is. The first things we need to do is to abandon the idea of stress and psychosocial risks as the individual's fault and his or her own problem, and look at it as an organizational and management challenge instead. Workers get stressed by poor organization and management at work, and by including badly managed social relations, seldom by things outside work. We all know the risk factors, and some of us may also have experienced them. The main risk factors being high workload, tight deadlines, a lack of control of the work and working methods, high emotional demands, and badly managed changes, and violence and harassment. We have known these factors for many years, and the good news is that we can deal with these factors. We do not need to accept them as preconditions for a modern work life. A few years ago, we did in the Danish Confederation of Professional Associations, på dansk kendt som Akademikerne, som er hovedorganisationen for alle de akademiske fagforeninger, carried out a big survey among our members on psychosocial risks at work, and one of the surprising results from this survey was that managers did not know how to deal with stress or deal with any other psychosocial risks. We brought these findings to the public employers and jointly decided to enter a collective agreement, det er en del af vores overenskomster, where we set up a special training program for managers on how to prevent and manage the risk factors at the workplace and how to deal with workers with stress. However, not enough of the managers signed up for this training program in the public sector. So we still need to find ways to make it a top priority for all managers to train to be able to deal with work-related stress. Furthermore, we need to extend the training program to managers in the private sector, because there's no training programs for the private sector, and the stress-related problems are as big as an issue there as it is in the public sector. And we need to go beyond national regulations. European Union regulations is fundamental, although we have 2 European Social Partner Frameworks agreements on work-related stress, one from 2004 and one in workplace bullying and violence at work from 2007. Little progress have been made because the agreements are not legally binding, and the implementation across the member states has been inconsistent. Just as Nina said, this patchwork, or in Danish kludetæppe, is one of the biggest problems. However, the agreements show that a common understanding exists at the EU level, so I hope the time has come now where we are ready to develop a specific legally binding framework to prevent psychosocial risk at work effectively. The report from the European Parliament, where all political parties are backing the request for a European directive up, is definitely a very positive sign on a common European will to act across member states. Now we hope and work on making legally binding legislation a priority of the European Commission.
Yeah.
This is my words for now.
So what you would like to see as a solution, a European solution.
Yeah.
And we're talking, and we're going to be talking probably even more about the European Commission, who are the ones who propose legislation in the EU. They couldn't be here today, but you know, we'll catch them next time. We have you, Nele Gles. You are the president of Eurocadres, which is the, you could say, the Council of European Professionals and Managers. It's an umbrella association for unions out in the member states. And I know that you're also working with this topic. Do you want to tell us how?
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank you to invite me here. I'm very delighted to be here with in this discussion, even though the Tour de France is finished. But I'm very also encouraged to see your enthusiasm in Denmark to tackle Europe's mental health crisis, even though you have a national provision in Denmark. For us, it's a very important issue. It's one of our priorities in Eurocadre because it's a priority of all trade unions and all workers in Europe. So we have been advocating for action for a many number of years, and recently we have been legislators moved to protect European workers. So events and panels such as this one are very important for us and play an important role to advance in this issue. So Eurocadre has launched a campaign called endstress.eu to call for a directive, a European directive, to tackle psychosocial risks at work. We have almost 46 members in our platform. Most of them are trade unions, but we have also NGOs. And our aim is to call for a European directive. And we have a lot of activities there, mainly lobbying and advocacy activities. But we hope that the Commission finally listens to us and initiate the process of a directive. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank Marianne Wind for all the work that she has been doing in the Parliament. So we were very happy to see this, a first report from the Parliament calling for a directive on psychosocial risk. We also got another one calling for a legislative action on psychosocial risk recently, just before the summer. So this is a good start for us, and now our work is to go to the Commission. Unfortunately, they're not here today, but to put this as a priority in their agenda. So just a few words. So Eurocadre is a trade union representing European trade unions for professionals and managers. And we can see that managers are very much affected in these risks. I would say traditionally more than any other worker, but nowadays after the COVID crisis, we have seen that it's more expanded to all workers, I would say. So it's a all workers issue, not only professionals and managers. But Eurocadre has been dealing with psychosocial risks since many years now, much before the pandemic. So without repeating what Nina and Elizabeth have been saying on the importance to have an EU directive, I would just like to go through what do we want in a directive concretely. What do our members in this platform want? So we have adopted our 5 key pillars. What concretely do we want in a directive? And I think that the most important thing for us is to have a kind of result-oriented approach. This is the problem that we're having at the workplace, is that when it comes to difficult topics like psychosocial risk, it's generally very general words, no results. It can be in some companies painting the walls in yellow, having a baby foot in the lobby, but this is not how we can tackle these risks. And this is the important thing. It's very trendy today to hear about sustainable workplaces. So what is sustainable workplaces? It's not only the reduction of CO2, it's not only being environmental friendly, it's a balance between economic, environment, and social targets. And we should have social targets. So the importance for us is to be able to measure, because sustainability is not an intuition, it's a science. So we have to prove it. We have to have a method that we should follow, a process to measure, to put indicators, then to discuss with the trade unions, with the workers' representatives at the workplace, And this is the social dialogue, traditional social dialogue, I would say, but also with the workers themselves. And this is what I call the professional dialogue. So it's not like a European directive should be able to put a basis to engage this dialogue at the workplace, because the psychosocial risks are mainly a workplace issue, and each worker should be able to talk about his or her working conditions. And the problem also that we're having, unfortunately, so many employers still think that it's an individual problem, not an organizational one, because it's easier to think this way. It's not easy to work on the organization. And this is what also we want in a directive, is to emphasize the fact that it's a collective approach. It's an organizational problem. It's not an individual one. My private life is my private life, but at the workplace, I need to have a work organization that allows me to do my job and keep my health. So this is one important thing we would like to have in this directive. One also important thing is to clarify the obligation of the employers to assess and mitigate psychosocial risk factors. And this is the thing. This is how we create a method, a process, and we review it, and we measure, and then we discuss with the workers and the workers' representatives, and we measure again, and we see if our actions are fruitful or not, and then we change it if they're not. And this is how we should deal with this issue. And this is why legislation is not the easiest thing to do, but it's time to do it, I think. And also an important thing, and Lisbeth talked about it, and this is something that not only the Danish managers tell us, but also all the European ones, is that even if they're they want to tackle the problem, they don't know how to do it. Yeah, it's not the easiest thing to do. So training is important, training for all workers, but especially for managerial staff. They have to be trained, because it's not, as I said, it's not an intuition. There are tools, methods to deal with, and this is how we should tackle so seriously with it. And finally, there's also one thing. We don't talk a lot about it, but it's the fact that still today many employees get some repercussion from their employers when they reveal problems in the work organization. And this, we should guarantee that there's no repercussion for employees who raises concerns regarding psychosocial risk in the work organization. And this means that we need a directive that sets these bases, but this is not enough, of course, because if we want a directive to give us some results, it's the way we implement it in the member state, of course, but also and especially at the workplace. And this is how the workers' representatives, but also the employers, should be very active. I will stop here, maybe.
All right, Niederglis. So one of your requirements for employers would be, for example, that they put their managers on a course so that they will know how to tackle psychosocial risks. Maybe some of you know as a boss who would need such a course. Now we're going to go to our last and final panelist, Marianne Vind, the hero of the trade unions, member of the European Parliament for the Danish Social Democrats. The floor is yours. Tell us what you've been doing on this topic.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and thank you for hosting this event. This is a very important topic, and it's a topic that's very close to my heart and has been for many, many years. Before I was elected to European Parliament, I was a part of the Danish trade union. I was vice chair at HK Private, HK Privat. Before that, I was a laboratory technician. I'm educated as a laboratory technician at a company in Novozymes in Denmark. And I think that health and safety was a part of my education, because laboratory technicians are often working with toxic substances. So it's important that you know how to be safe when you are working in the laboratory. So I think it's a part of my DNA to take care of health and safety. And this is still a part of my job. Now I'm in the European Parliament. And the question is, do we need a regulation, or will things happen by themselves? If it will happen by themselves, we will see the perfect working environment today. We are not in goal. We still need a bit. That's right. Last winter, a year ago, I wrote and negotiated a huge file on my point of view for the next 7 years of strategy for better health and safety in Europe. And I'm still waiting for the Commission to look at it and find something to make proposals of, because we need more legislation on health and safety in Europe, and we indeed need more legislation on psychosocial risk. We are ahead in Denmark, and I'm very proud of it, and I was very inspired by the work from the Danish trade union and employers and the government 1.5 years ago, I think. Yes, Nina. Because it's the first thing in the world on this. So of course I was inspired when I wrote my proposal. I think you all said a lot of things about it, and I support all of it. I have a little thing about education of managers, because it's very, very important, and it's been a goal for me for many years. I could see one of the biggest tools to get the best psychosocial environment in the workplace is that we have educated managers all over. But the employers organization in Denmark said to me, Marianne, this is our business, keep your hands away. But now I'm positive and optimistic, because 3 years ago when I entered the European Parliament, I was very, very surprised, because it sounded a little bit weird in Denmark, but in the European Parliament, if you are a member of the European Parliament, nobody can say anything to you. You are a Miss Wind. And they are, with a boy, bowing for me as a, oh my God, in Denmark I'm Marianne. It's so Danish. But we had a mandatory course in making a harassment-free office. This is really new, and it's really a big thing in European Parliament, that we had to take this course to make a harassment-free office. It sounds a little bit weird, it's a big thing, but it is. And for my surprise, I have colleagues in the European Parliament who was very surprised that this is not allowed to yell at your staff. And you are not allowed to hit them as well. Big surprise. So I think education is really, really the way of have the best psychosocial environment in an office or any kind of workplace. And in the same time, I know a lot of managers who have personal problems with the job, because you are in between. So it's a very difficult job to have. So personal tools are also very necessary. In the end, I will just a short wording about another thing that is very, very important and had a big part of my strategy, and it's about enforcement, because we have a lot of regulation, a lot of legislation in EU, but we have also countries who are not looking at this legislation at all. We need all countries to implement this legislation in their own legislation, and have inspectors coming out, watch every single company. Are they following the legislation or not? And that is a huge problem. I thought that labor inspectors, every country have labor inspectors. I thought they were looking at the health and safety. But no, in most countries, they are just looking if the workers are getting the minimum wage or not looking at the health and safety. So enforcement, håndhævelse, is very, very important.
All right. As you might have noticed out there, the chemistry, the mood up here is almost too good, because all these 4 people agree with each other. They love each other. So maybe I'm going to need your help. If you have some questions that could get them shaken up a little bit, I would like to open up the floor. Yeah, could we get a microphone for this young gentleman? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you have a good voice. Thank you.
In Denmark, we have a tradition, first of all, for
Yeah, collective agreements.
collective agreements, yeah, between workers and employees, which guide most of the working environment. And we also have a tradition for tripartite agreements between the government and the employees and the employers. And you are talking, all four of you are talking about the first thing you want to do is make legislation. You want direction from the Commission. And I'm thinking, would it be a better idea to make a compromise, make a collective agreement between all three parties in the workplace? Because legislation, as you said, Marlene, legislation is probably enforced in Denmark, but not necessarily in Greece or France or where we come from. So would it be a better idea to make a pan-European tripartite agreement?
I think that's an excellent question. Who should we direct it to first?
That's your choice.
Okay, then maybe I would like to start with you, Marianne, because I know that you've also, your party has been fiercely opposed to the EU meddling and wanting to legislate on the Danish labor market in several other instances, and now all of a sudden you want to legislate. So tell us, why is this a good idea? Why not, just do as the man says and make a, agreement between the employers and the employees?
Really a good question. In fact, most of the Danish legislation on health and safety matter are coming from EU directives. It's really a small deal. Psychosocial risks, the last one, is the only thing made in Denmark by Danish by themselves. All other stuff on this topic is from EU. So we have a huge, many years of tradition on legislation in EU and in Denmark on this. And I'm also against EU making EU minimum wage and a lot of other things. So I understand why you say, why is Marianne keen on this and not on some other topics? That's because we also need fair competition. We need a level playing field between companies in Europe. Yes, but wage is also, a salary is also competition. But salary are connected to quality, productivity, and so on. But when we're talking about health and safety, working environment, I don't want to have competition, companies all over Europe against each other on bad working condition. Because this is also a human right for me, that you have the best health and safety at the workplace. And if we have countries in Europe where companies could move to and they don't have any kind of legislation on health and safety, it's not a good idea. So that's why I think we need EU legislation on this. And there are also another thing, we're not talking much about it in Denmark, social dialogue. EU are using a lot of money on social dialogue. We have the European Employers Organization and European Employees Organization. I was a part of it when I was in HK. And the partners in Europe are talking to each other about how we can have better health and safety at the workplace, and also what kind of education could be necessary in the future, a little bit more soft things in a workplace. But it is very difficult to get any solutions in this area. Maybe Nina have some good stories. I was at the industry area, social dialogue in the industry, and the employers said no to everything. So it will not happen by itself.
So just briefly, if we go back to the question being, why don't you just leave it up to the employers and the employees to negotiate? Why don't you think they can sort it out?
At the European level, it's not possible. The employers' organization said no to everything.
So the employers are not willing to
Nope.
do anything on this?
Because they think it costs them a lot of money. They don't see health and safety as an investment, and I don't know why. But they say it's as a cost for the company. They don't want to have more cost, and I see it as an investment.
I think we should bring the union on here, Lisbeth.
Yeah, thank you. That's the reason why we call it the Danish model. It's because it's very unique, not explicitly, but very unique to the Nordic countries at least, that we negotiate as we do in very collective bargains, and that we make deals also on working conditions and other areas collectively. And that's the same with the tripartite agreements as well. So there's one point of this in according to, do we have enough in the Danish working conditions, or do we, as I said earlier, see this as a cross-border issue because workers are crossing the borders to make their living in another country? And it is not, even in Denmark with the Danish model, very easy to make agreements about working conditions. Actually, it's very seldom that you see very good negotiable results with working conditions. But the Danish model is not only negotiations. The Danish model is also legislation, and the most rules we have about working conditions in Denmark is actually legislation. So it is this mix of those different ways of doing it, and I think it's very important that we keep that in mind, that we have both in the Danish model. We tried, actually we succeeded, because we have succeeded in the public collective bargains, that we have now a collective agreement about that all leaders, managers in the public sector are offered training in this very important issue. But as I said earlier, we don't reach out to everyone. So if we want it even better in Denmark, what can the next step be? Except for the big obvious that we have to include the private sector as well, because there are no agreements in the private sector. And that even makes the problem bigger, because we also have a big area with no collective bargains. And how do we actually secure the part of the working force that works in that areas? So we have to look at this at a higher level, saying we want to be responsibility, and we want to be responsible citizens. We want to be a responsible trade union to go further and use the system that makes, if we are honest, most of the legislation that is actually implemented in Denmark. It is it becomes or at first it is in EU legislation. So what we do is actually to say we want this to be for everyone, and we want it to be effective. We know what we want to be concrete about it, and we strongly, of course, support both sustainable workplaces for everyone, and of course competition that is equal no matter which part of Europe you have your business.
So the topic today is workplace hazards, not the classic ones, the physical ones that we're used to thinking of from factories and whatnot, but the mental ones, the psychosocial ones that lead to stress and maybe even burnouts in the end. The question was, why don't you leave it up to the parties of the labor market, the employers and the employees, to figure this out? And what we hear from Marianne Vind and Lisbeth Linds is, well, the employers don't want to play ball, so therefore we have to have the EU Commission come and rescue us on this. Nilla Gles, you work for this pan-European sort of union umbrella. You are in Brussels, of course, and probably right across the road you have the employers. Why don't you go over there and talk to them and sort this out?
I do. They don't listen. Now, as Marian said, it's a very hot topic when it comes to our employers, so it's very difficult to discuss this, especially like now. First, I'll give you an example. In September, we will start negotiating a directive, which is different from negotiating an agreement. We will be negotiating a directive on telework and the right to disconnect, which is different from the psychosocial risk. But we can see a little bit some improvement with the employer's position, because first of all, they, in the beginning, they didn't want at all to discuss this. But the problem is, what we're having is that psychosocial risks, tackling psychosocial risks is much more difficult. Because what we want in this, we want to do some prevention. And this is where the employers do not want to go, because we're questioning their work organization. And they don't want this. And sometimes, most of the times, I would say, they don't know how to do it, because they have been living in a kind of model like this, and they were repeating this model every year. But one day it has to change. So one answer for you is that, yes, the employers do not want to negotiate what we want to negotiate, which is the prevention of psychosocial risk. But an important element also, I would add, is that at the EU level, if you have a directive or if you have an agreement, it doesn't have the same impact in the member states. For the directive, it has to be transposed 2 years after, and there's a follow-up by the Commission, while I can see so many agreements that have not been transposed anywhere and nobody cares about it. We have signed an agreement in June 2020 on digitalization. It should be normally implemented everywhere by June 2023. So many countries haven't heard about it yet. Don't work on this yet. So this is also the problem with the agreement, even though we go and try to find a common approach with the employers. It's also much important for us that we have a directive and we say that, okay, now you have to transpose it in the 24 next months. But then if I may add something.
Briefly.
Yeah, briefly. And we shouldn't forget that it's also important that this topic is discussed everywhere, not only in Denmark. Because as I said, as we all said, it still is a taboo to discuss about psychosocial risk and burnout. And this is why it's important also for us that it's everywhere we discuss about this, especially at the EU level. Because it shouldn't be normal that I have a burnout and I go on illness and then I come back to work and I shouldn't talk about this. And this is the normality today. So this is why we should discuss about this at all levels, and especially at the EU level. I'll stop here, sorry.
All right, thank you. I would like to ask if you have any more questions. Yeah? Do you want to? Yeah, let's get the microphone.
It's a comment about the education of the managers and leaders, because I think I've read a book about this, how to be a good person. I don't know if you heard about it, but could it be that this is the way to make education so that they have another ideal, these managers, because what is education? I think it's Platon. He says that being a good person means that you have to be educated, but it's not enough. You have to have another ideal to ground it all about. Yes.
Well, what do you mean by how to be a good person?
I don't mean anything about it, but it's if it should be in the education, because what do they need to be educated in to be a good leader? That's my. That was one of the questions. I think it was.
But that's a good question, because I think you all want to send managers away for educational training. What do you actually want to teach them? Who wants to?
Of course, I would. There's a lot of. you have to get to a point where you have the acceptance of this being important. It's not about being a good person or not. It's about making leadership, management, whatever you call it, a trait like any other. It's something that you can learn. Some are better than others, but it's something that you can learn. You have to train being a leader. And what you have to start with is actually to think about leadership as something completely else than just controlling the things you're doing, are getting out the way you want them. That's what in Danish we call it styring, frem for det vi gerne vil have, nemlig ledelse. But at that point you have to go to this acceptance point. We need education, we need training to get to this. And what the training is about is actually about how do you motivate your employers to be the best of themselves at work. If you want your employers to be the best of themselves at work, you cannot just give them a massive workload and no influence on how to manage it. But some leaders, also in Denmark, doesn't know that. They say, oh, I don't get stress if I'm working hard. Why do others? It's their problem. They have the fault. They are the ones that are feeble. We call them not able to tackle the problems too coherent. But we have in Denmark, for instance, nedsat Robusthedskommissionen, which says exactly the same signal. Someone is not able to make the work right. The individual. Instead of saying, what is it that makes this working place a problem for 90% of the ones that works here? It must be the working place, the working conditions. How do we solve that? And the training alone in that simple point would be a giant step even in Danish workplaces. To think in that way, saying, okay, we have here not one, but several with this kind of problems. How can we solve it so that they will be back at work again? But also, how can we prevent that this happens again? Partly for those people that has already been on sick leave, but also for the rest. Because it's only a matter of level. Everyone can get stressed. So that's the very important part of the training. That is to get to the acceptance point and to say, okay, how do I do? Instead of saying, it's not my responsibility.
Did you get an answer to your question? Yeah. Who wants to be the lucky person to ask the last question of today? There can only be one of you. All right. Charlotte?
Well, I think it's an extremely exciting and important question that you have here because, you know, I have been a manager for many years or a leader, and you see the consequences. But isn't it also, you could say one thing is actually the leadership abilities of the managers, but the other thing is actually the way that our work is evolving. The fact that, you know, the increased digitalization, it's the you know, the management structures, the fact that sometimes we can't solve the issues that we're given, that is more stressful. So it's not so much the amount of work, but it's more the type of work and the conditions that we are actually being placed in. So I think this is a very huge structural issue on how we actually tackle the fact that our work environment is changing so rapidly due to information, communication, and the rapid digitalization of everything that we do. And yeah, that we actually also are in a competition with the rest of the world. So this competition actually also puts pressure on, the workplaces.
Yeah? Who wants to give that a comment? Nina?
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, this is why also this is not the easiest topic to deal with. Because of this also, we have the world of work is changing every day and very rapidly the last years. And this is why when in our platform, in endstress.eu platform, when we discussed of what do we want really in the directive, what we want is to create also a place where we can discuss all this, a moment, a time, and to put in place a process that helps anticipating these problems. So when we talk about prevention, we talk about anticipation. So we know that there will be problems. We know that there's a new technology where maybe I'm not very qualified to work on this, and this has to be anticipated. And this is why this is why it's a constant dialogue with the workers, because they are the ones the most concerned about this. The constant dialogue at the workplace in the smallest unit to anticipate all these risks. And this is the support is one of the important elements that is needed. So it's also, I would say, and unfortunately for the employers, that it's an investment. We should invest in this. We cannot, there's no miracle in this, there's no solution. So this is why it's, when we said it should be a result-oriented process, this is how we should think of it. We need results. And for that, we need to adapt to any new situation, even the situations that we were not expecting.
But you acknowledge that it is difficult with, in 2022 because things are going so quickly, basically.
It is difficult, but when we see the impact of this pandemic, the cost of stress in Europe is 620 billion euros a year. So isn't it worth it? Even if we talk about money only, so of course it's a question of humans, not money.
Lisbeth Lintz gets the very last words of today's debate.
But, I mean, that will continue. It's not only 2022. The development will continue, and possibly in an even higher pace than we have seen those last years. So what is very important is that this training is actually to every leaders, in every level, because one leader has another. And if this on the top has not accepted this as a priority, then of course it's your problem. So we have to reach out and get to all leaders on all levels. And then we can start changing this to see how do we motivate the people we work with instead of bullying them to sick leaves.
All right. I would like to thank you, panelists, very much, and not least you in the audience very much for being here today. Let me just recap that we have heard from Nina Hedegaard Nielsen and Lisbeth Lintz from Akademikerne, the Danish Confederation of Professional Associations, as it is called, and Nilla Gles, president of Eurocadre, and Marianne Wind, of course, member of the European Parliament from the Danish Social Democrats. Give them a hand. Thank you.
Tak fordi I er kommet. Hvor mange forstår ikke dansk? Er I danskere, bortset fra dig, der er norsk, jeg lige har talt? Svensk, ja. Jamen, så tror jeg, vi holder det på skandinavisk. Tak fordi I er kommet. Det her program har jo kun været annonceret på appen, fordi det er blevet sat hurtigt i gang. Jeg er direktør i en privat virksomhed. Jeg hedder Jakob Axel Nielsen, har haft en fortid som folketingspolitiker i Danmark og dansk minister, og stiller op til Folketinget igen ved det kommende valg, som jo snart kan komme. Og derfor var det jo ikke svært for Torben at lokke mig til at deltage i nogle arrangementer. Men det var nu ikke det her arrangement. Det er sådan kommet lidt hurtigt i stand, fordi Charlotte Flint Petersen her er mig kaldet Lotte, fordi hun er min kusine, og jeg har lige siden barndommen kaldt hende Lotte. Men det kan være, at professionalitetshensyn i den her debat skal kalde dig Charlotte, men det er uvandt, og i så fald første gang. Vi er fætre og kusiner, og det er fordi i Hadsund, her 13 kilometer den vej, der havde vi min farmor og farfar og din mormor og morfar. Og der er vi kommet meget, ligesom vi har delt mange sommerferier. Vi er ikke nødvendigvis politisk enige, men det skal nok blive sjovt.
Ja, og det skal siges, at og i Hadsund, der har vi diskuteret politik.
Altid.
Altid. Netop fordi vi ikke var politisk enige.
Ja.
Det skal, ja.
Der var jo nok flest socialdemokrater. Vores fælles bedstefar, han var socialdemokratisk justitsminister i Krag og Anker Jørgensens regeringer. Det var ham, der kom med aborten og pornografien, så er I sådan ligesom på plads med tiden.
Og sikkerhedsselen.
Og sikkerhedsselen, ja. Og det var mest socialdemokrater, og jeg er blevet spurgt mange gange, jamen hvordan kan du da falde så dybt og blive konservativ, når du nu kommer fra sådan en god familie? Og mit svar, det er, at jeg går ikke rigtig ind i det, jeg siger bare, at jeg har læst videre, fra A til C. Så mere får I ikke på den.
Ja. Men det, som den her debat skal handle om, er i virkeligheden udenrigspolitik, og det er, synes jeg, en virkelig vigtig diskussion, og den er måske ikke, det er ikke der, hvor vi kan måske få den store uenighed. Nej. Men noget af det, som vi gerne vil diskutere, det er vi parat til at betale den pris, som krigen i Ukraine blandt andet vil afføde. Og er vi klar over, hvad det er, vi egentlig går efter? Hvor langt er vi parat til at gå, og hvad vil det egentlig kræve af ikke kun Danmark, men vores fælles europæiske rum i forhold til fremtiden. Så det er nogle af de ting, som vi har tænkt på, at vi vil prøve at komme rundt om i den her debat, fordi nu tager jeg lige og kaster noget ud, Jakob, ja. For jeg mener, at for Rusland, eller især ikke for Rusland, for Putin, der er krigen eksistentiel. Det handler om hans overlevelse. For Ukraine er krigen eksistentiel, for det handler om nationen Ukraines, eller staten Ukraines overlevelse. For os i Europa er den egentlig også eksistentiel, for det handler egentlig om fremtidens Europa. Hvordan kommer fremtidens Europa til at se ud? På mange måder kan man sige, at vi er i gang med et 1989 version 2.0. For vinder vi det her opgør, så vil rigtig mange stater i Europa være frie for at skulle tage stilling til, om de skal gå til højre eller venstre, gå mod øst eller vest. Det vil også betyde noget for, hvordan ser vores regelbaserede verdensorden ud. Så, ja. Så det er jo på mange måder en pris, der handler om friheden, eller en kamp om friheden.
Ja, det er jeg jo helt enig i, og så kunne man jo slutte der. Men jeg vil gerne have lov til at tilføje, er det her en værdikrig? Gør vi det for værdiernes skyld, eller gør vi det for billig gas? Jeg mener jo selv, at det er en værdikrig, hvor demokratier har måske sovet lidt tornerosesøvn siden 1989. Men det står for mig klart, at demokrati og de frihedsrettigheder, der følger med der, dem skal der kæmpes for. Og der er altså helt åbenbart stærke magter, stærke militære magter, Kina inklusiv, der vil noget andet. Så vi kommer jo til at tale om, NATO skal styrkes, fordi vi skal kæmpe for de her rettigheder, men vi kommer vel også til at tale om, og I må meget gerne byde ind, skal vi have en EU her? Eller har vi nok en NATO? Nogen kunne jo så sige, at amerikanerne, de kan vælge Trump igen. Guderne forbyde det efter min opfattelse. Men uanset hvilken præsident amerikanerne har, så får vedkommende jo travlt med at kigge hen over Stillehavet. Så vi skal jo noget mere selv.
Ja, og
Er det en frihedskamp, det her, eller er det kampen om billig gas?
Jamen, det er jo det her spørgsmål, fordi udenrigspolitik er vel altid et spørgsmål om interesser og værdier, og en eller anden afvejning mellem vores interesser og værdier. Og her har vi måske i virkeligheden et sammenfald af interesser og værdier, fordi vi er interesseret i, at de stater, der er i vores nærområde, er demokratiske. Fordi vi kan bedre forhandle med demokratier. Demokratier opfatter ikke relationer som et nulsumsspil, men mere som et plussumsspil. Hvor autokratier har tendens til at opfatte relationer som et nulsumsspil. Altså hvis vi vinder, eller hvis vi vinder, så taber du, i stedet for at man laver win-win situationer. Så på mange måder er vi interesserede også i stabile demokratier omkring. Altså kan man ikke sige, at vi i virkeligheden både handler interessebaseret og værdibaseret i den her sammenhæng?
Jo. Men der har jo været mange... Putin har jo haft en krig cirka hver andet år, siden han kom til i, var det 99? Cirka hver andet år. Og det har vi ikke rigtig taget notits af. Der var lidt larm med Krim, men igen ville du ham gøre det. Hvad tror du, det var, der gjorde, at lige pludselig så holder Scholz en tale i parlamentet, i det tyske parlament, der reelt melder Tyskland ud af 2. verdenskrig som en pacifistisk nation? Hvad var det, der gjorde, at der lige pludselig ikke kunne komme et stykke madpapir ind imellem de demokratisk sindede lande? Lige her. For det er jo nok der, Putin har forregnet sig allermest. Og så ukrainernes egen forsvarsvilje.
Ja, altså, ukrainernes egen forsvarsvilje skal man ikke underkende, fordi vi regnede sådan set ikke med den. Men jeg tror, at i virkeligheden er det også det, at jeg tror ikke, det har været så meget værdier, som det har været principper. Og principper er jo noget, som vi giver til hinanden. Hvorimod værdier, det er noget, vi har. Værdier er noget, vi kæmper for i vores egne samfund. Hvorimod principper, det er noget, det er måden, vi regulerer vores relationer mellem hinanden. Og man kan sige, at Putin han brød et afgørende princip i international ret, der handlede om stat og suverænitet. Han gjorde op med hele den verdensorden, som vi sådan set har haft.
Siden 75.
Siden 75, Helsinki-slutakten. Og på den måde brød han i virkeligheden det her med, at de her principper. Så jeg tror, at i den her sammenhæng har princippet om staters ukrænkelighed i virkeligheden været vigtigere, og nationers selvbestemmelse været vigtigere end egentlig...
Men det tror jeg også, men det skete jo også bare i Georgien. Og det skete jo også på Krim. Der blev ukrainerne også trådt over fod. Det er sket andre steder også. Du har selv været ude og besøge dem. Hvad hedder de? Der er nogle stater langt ude i det gamle Sovjet, du har været i, ved jeg. Ja. Men der betød det ikke så meget. Er det fordi, det er vores egne naboer nu? Men det er jo ikke USA's naboer.
Det er helt sikkert fordi, at Ukraine i virkeligheden er en stat, som er så tæt på os. Men det er også fordi, altså hvis man skal se på, i forhold til Georgien, det var lidt langt væk. Kaukasus er det egentlig Europa og alt sådan noget. Ja. Men det var også fordi, at der lykkedes det faktisk russerne at lave det, der hedder en false flag operation. Det lykkedes. Som betyder, at de fik faktisk snydt Saakashvili, den georgiske præsident på det tidspunkt, til ligesom at tage første skridt. Og det betød, at de bagefter kunne lave lidt...
Altså han blev en nyttig idiot.
Han blev simpelthen nyttig. Ja. Altså de kunne lave den her lidt, skal man sige, snyde os også lidt i forhold til den endelige måde, vi afgjorde tvisten på. Og så har georgierne lige siden prøvet at gøre opmærksom på, hvad der rent faktisk er sket, og vi har ikke rigtig lyttet. Og det er måske det, som er problemet, at vi ikke lyttede til, hvad de sagde, at den der administrative grænse, der var mellem Georgien, eller mellem internt i Georgien, men mellem det ossetiske og det, blev hele tiden krænket af russerne undervejs. Ikke? Og der har været mange forsøg fra Georgiens side på at gøre opmærksom på det, og det er det, vi ikke rigtig har set.
Nej. Lotte, hvis vi nu prøver at lade være med at kigge på den idealistiske vinkel, som jeg er enig i er til stede, og kigger mere på interessevinklen. Hvis interesse er det så Fordi USA tager jo også en stor del af tørnen. De leverer i hvert fald våben, de kommer ikke med soldater og sådan. Så vil det jo lige pludselig være NATO mod Rusland. Det vil jo ikke være så godt. Men de bruger jo mange penge på det her.
Ja.
Hvis interesse er det, der kæmpes for lige nu, udover ukrainerne selvfølgelig?
Man kan sige, at fra USA's side, drejer det sig selvfølgelig om at sikre, at Europa er intakt på mange måder, men det er også, de kæmper sådan set også for deres dominans i forhold til den regelbaserede verdensorden. Fordi det, der også foregår på det endnu højere plan, det er jo i virkeligheden en udfordring af hele den verdensorden, som vi kalder i virkeligheden også den amerikanske verdensorden, altså Pax Americana. Altså alle de institutioner, der blev bygget op efter 2. verdenskrig, hvor man kan sige, som har været garanteret sikret af, altså deres autoritet har været sikret af, at der har været en stærk amerikansk magt. Det er en verdensorden, som Kina har nyt stor gavn af i forhold til at blive en stor økonomi, altså man har kunne gå med ind i WTO og andre steder, men nu er der en utilfredshed både i Rusland og i Kina med ikke at få en del i den, de oplever måske kun i Sikkerhedsrådet, at de er ligeværdige, men de mangler ligeværdigheden på andre områder. Så vi har i dag en situation, hvor samtalen om den her verdensorden er gået i stå, og den konkrete udmøntning af det er krigen i Ukraine.
Men det er jo en verdensorden, som man kan kalde international demokrati og troen på institutioner. Og dermed er det jo også til fordel for de demokratiske lande, og det er de fleste jo i Europa. Og hvis vi skulle prøve at hive det lidt ind i, nu er det her jo et europæisk stormøde, vi har her, kan vi komme lidt tættere på, så det ikke bare sådan bliver en politisk floskel med, om Europa er nødt til at fylde mere, nødt til at tage mere vare på eget forsvar?
Jamen det er vi helt sikkert. Altså, der var jo hele optakten til krigen. Der kunne man se, at amerikanerne havde efterretninger, som måske britterne kun tilnærmelsesvis havde. Ja. Og det vil sige, at de kom hele tiden ud med efterretninger om, at nu ville invasionen komme, eller det var lige op over, eller der ville komme en invasion. Og samtidig så betvivlede både tyske og franske politikere det, fordi kan det virkelig passe, og er der nogen rationale i det her? Og det viser, at... Altså
overordnet ideen om, han invaderer ikke nogen grænser. Det
nej, fordi økonomisk kan det overhovedet ikke betale. Så han prøver bare at true os lidt, og alt sådan noget. Så amerikanerne var hele tiden op imod den tvivl, som de mødte i Europa.
De vidste bedre.
De vidste bedre. Men
de troede ikke bedre, men de vidste bedre.
De vidste bedre, for de havde de konkrete efterretninger. Og der kan man sige, at der mangler vi måske i EU en europæisk efterretningstjeneste af den kaliber, som i virkeligheden også kan bidrage med samme type viden som de amerikanske, også sådan, så vi ikke bliver 100% afhængige af amerikanerne for efterretninger. Fordi vi har jo lært under Trump, at vi kan ikke til enhver tid have en Biden siddende, nej, eller en Blinken siddende i stolen.
Eller en hvilken som helst anden præsident
end
Trump.
Havde det ikke været Trump, der havde sagt, I skal købe amerikansk LNG-gas for at slippe ud af det her Nord Stream 2, jamen så havde vi gjort det. Men fordi det var Trump, så tænkte vi, at han tænker kun på egne interesser. Fordi det er America first. Så man kan sige, at vores sindrigtighed til at handle havde også noget at gøre med, hvem der sad som amerikansk præsident. Men tænk, hvis vi havde haft de samme efterretninger. Tænk, hvis vi havde haft den samme. Ja. Så på den måde er der måske før end at vi bygger stort militærkapacitet, jamen så skal vi også tænke i, hvad er det for nogle strukturer, der skal på plads i forhold til at i virkeligheden blive den her geopolitiske aktør, som vi nødvendigvis må blive i forhold til den forandrede multipolære verdensorden, vi kigger ind i.
Det er mit indtryk, at MI6 i England, eller i Storbritannien, har været ret gode, og det kan være, at jeg kun har det indtryk fra James Bond, men så jeg har indtryk af, at de er ret gode. Ja. Men nu har vi dem jo ikke længere. Nej. Så hvad skal vi gøre? Skal vi bygge et europæisk efterretningsvæsen, bestående af de franske, de tyske og det danske efterretningsvæsen? Det har det jo ikke ret godt lige nu. Jeg er ikke sikker på, at udenlandske efterretningstjenester har så meget lyst til at aflevere oplysninger, når vi fængsler chefen. Jeg tror ikke, det er jo klogt at gøre, men Det er i hvert fald skadeligt at fængsle efterretningschefen.
Ja, det virker ikke særlig smart. Men, altså,
nu ved vi ikke, om han har gjort noget, men...
Jeg synes faktisk, at den danske efterretningstjeneste laver nogle virkelig gode analyser, som kommer ud, men de har jo stadigvæk ikke nogen siddende inde i Kreml.
Nej, det havde amerikanerne.
Ja, det havde amerikanerne rent faktisk. Ikke? Der er i hvert fald et problem i forhold, og det var også dengang, at men først det gik op for os, at der ville komme et Brexit. Noget af det første, man diskuterede i min verden, det var, at vi kommer til at savne det engelske udenrigstjeneste, vi kommer til at savne den engelske MI6, vi kommer til at savne, fordi det er det, de kan i forhold til, skal man sige, hvordan vi fordeler styrkeforholdene i Europa, og hvem er gode til det ene, og hvem er gode til det andet. Og det var helt klart et hul, der blev defineret. Så sagde englænderne, at det område vil de gerne samarbejde om. Og det har de også gjort, men det er stadigvæk jo ikke på samme måde, som havde de været en del af EU.
Hvordan tror du, altså lige nu er der jo et ekstremt sammenhold, fordi vi har en ydre fjende i EU. Men der er 27 lande, der skal blive enige. Når nu inflationen begynder at presse, og italienerne kan ikke afdrage på deres lån, og tyskerne, som plejer at betale, de kan ikke betale, fordi det går skidt, og de er håbløst bagud med deres digitaliseringer. De får jo ingen gas til deres industrier, så bilindustrien ligger stille. I kan godt høre, så kører den tyske motor ikke. Og når den tyske økonomimotor ikke kører, er der så noget smørelse til at holde sammen på EU?
Det er et godt spørgsmål. Det må komme fra de nordiske lande, tror jeg.
Jamen, Norge er jo ikke engang med.
Nej, altså, jeg tror vitterligt, vi kommer til at stå over for nogle udfordringer, som er lidt på samme niveau som finanskrisen i 2009. Fordi at der skal ske så store justeringer i hele vores måde at agere på. Altså i Europa, og det er især de store lande, som skal vende deres produktion. Og det kan man sige, allerede under coronakrisen blev det klart, at der skulle ske nogle store sejtenventer. Men det er først nu, de kommer til at tage fat i det, og det er sammenfaldende med den anden krise. Og det vil sige, at vi skal ruste os til svære tider, og vi skal også ruste os til at strække ud. Men på den anden side kan man sige, at vi stadigvæk har der er ikke arbejdsløshed, der er ikke, vi har en god beskæftigelse, så måske er det bare, skal man sige, vi kan lave effektiviseringen samtidig.
Man kan også sige, at dem, der er vores hovedpine i EU, det er jo gamle østeuropæiske lande. Det er Ungarn, og det er Polen, og de er jo vaccineret mod Rusland/Sovjetunionen. Så hvis vi skal glemme, hvis vi kommer til at og at den ydre fjende ligesom er ude af mind, out of mind, så sker det nok senest for dem, der er vores hovedpine i EU.
Ja.
Så på den anden side kommer de måske også til at magte ret politisk, hvis det handler om at stå sammen for den ydre fjende.
Ja.
Rusland er vel blevet vores ydre fjende.
Ja, altså det, som er den store fare, det er i virkeligheden, hvordan, Rusland er på den ene side vores ydre fjende, men mange af det russiske tankegods lever også internt i EU, i Marine Le Pen, hos, vi kan kalde dem fascisterne, de højreorienterede i Italien, i Ungarn, i Spanien. Altså der er en masse, samarbejde på tværs helt over til USA med Trump og alle dem der. Og hele det tankegods og hele den der konspirationsteori og de her bobleværk, der eksisterer omkring forskellige grupperinger, det er noget, vi kommer til at skulle adressere så man kan sige, det russiske tænkning omkring traditionelle værdier og gay Europa og sådan noget, det eksisterer jo også i...
Mener du, det er simpelthen en antidemokratisk bevægelse, med nogen, der har det som mål, eller tænker de bare antidemokratisk, eller har de det som mål at nedbryde det?
Jamen, det som man kan se, det er jo, at det kan godt være, at de ikke i udgangspunkt, de bliver valgt demokratisk ind, men... Det
blev Hitler jo altså også.
Ja, men det første, de gør, det er at angribe vores institutioner. Ja. Og vores domstole, vores undergrave, vores forvaltningsapparat. Og det skal vi jo også være opmærksom på i vores egne rækker. Når vi ser at der er vores forvaltninger og andet bliver angrebet, jamen så skal vi, eller vores domstol bliver anklaget for ikke at dømme rigtigt, jamen så skal vi være opmærksom på det, fordi det er i virkeligheden en måde at underminere vores institutioner.
Det er jeg ked af, at du siger, for jeg er advokat, og jeg har også prøvet at tabe retssager, og nogle gange synes jeg faktisk, de var forkerte. Jeg fik en dom i går, som jeg synes var forkert, men så kan man jo anke den.
Ja.
Ej, det var lidt i spøg.
Ja. Men det er jo også det, altså domstolen er jo ikke til for retfærdighed. De er til for at tolke loven.
Ja. Det forstår jeg godt, men du har ikke ret hele vejen rundt. Det er også for at yde retfærdighed. Ja. Det er jo blandt andet derfor, vi har noget, der hedder retshjælp og fri proces. Det er for, at de ubemidlede til faktisk også kan søge deres retfærdighed. Ja. Men det kan så være, at de taber deres sag. Så er det også retfærdigt, hvis dommeren vurderer det. Ja. Men du har ret i, altså vi kommer lidt ud af tidsspor her, det er min skyld, men vi skal selvfølgelig holde fast i vores institutioner og i magtens tredeling. Og jeg synes også, det bliver måske også et tidsspring, men jeg synes også, at man kan se tendenser i Danmark, hvor man sådan lige inkriminerer lidt magtens tredeling. Uden at vi skal diskutere det, så kan man da sige, at når man ikke ophæver Claus Hjorts immunitet, så går man jo ind og blander sig i, at den sag skal ikke for domstolene. Det er lidt, det er måske en speciel dag, men man skal passe på med, at lovgivningsmagten ikke rører ved magtens tredeling.
Men hvis vi nu skal tilbage til EU, ikke?
Ja, det skal vi jo.
Ja.
Danmark lægger jo det EU.
Ja.
Det skal
Så synes jeg, at vi grundlæggende har et problem med, skal man sige, at vores demokratier er for svage. Vi er dybt afhængige af, hvordan demokratiet er i Tyskland, hvordan det er i Frankrig, hvordan det er i Italien, i Spanien, i Sverige.
Men hvorfor er de for svage? Er demokrati ikke bare bøvlet? Er det ikke et vilkår?
Jo, demokratier er bøvlet, men sagen er det, at demokratier skal repræsentere befolkningen. Og på mange måder var Brexit et resultat af demokrati, som måske havde behov for at reformere sig selv, fordi folket følte sig ikke repræsenteret. Og derfor var det lettere at skyde skylden på EU. Det er også det, vi gør i dag. Vi skyder ofte skylden på EU, selvom det sådan set er vores folketingspolitikere, der har været med, eller vores ministeren til at tage beslutninger om det her. Og jeg savner en mekanisme, som i virkeligheden kigger, hvor man laver sådan en form for review-mekanisme af vores demokratier, hvor man siger, når halvdelen af de stemmeberettigede i Frankrig ikke stemmer, så er der et problem. Ja. Når man ikke føler sig repræsenteret i forskellige processer, så er det et problem. Så hvordan kan vi sørge for i virkeligheden styrke det, de europæiske demokratier, sådan så EU bliver styrket i den måde. Fordi man taler tit om EU's demokratiske underskud, men i virkeligheden ligger underskuddet måske i vores egne lande. Ja. Og det tror jeg er noget af det, som ligger ud som en udfordring i fremtidens EU, det er at sikre, at hver EU-land i virkeligheden har en eller anden review-mekanisme. Måske finder man ud af det der first past the post, eller i virkeligheden har behov for en justering, eller at hvordan laver man det her kompromis over midten, hvad betyder et kompromis, hvordan undgår man det her winner takes it all, igen det her med, at demokrati er jo en muskel, der skal trænes. Hvordan sørger man for, at den demokratiske muskel bliver trænet? Hvordan sørger man for, at man har stærke, kritiske civilsamfund over hele EU, som i virkeligheden kan udfordre staten, eller bidrage til staten på en eller anden måde?
Ja, altså, jeg er jo enig i, at, nu går jeg lige lidt uden for EU, at valget af Trump er udtryk for en eller anden protest. Det er det samme folk, der i 2008 vælger Obama, som i 2016 vælger Trump. Det er jo mærkeligt. Jeg er også enig i, at vi ser i Frankrig med Le Pen, og jeg så engang et interview i fjernsynet med en arbejder i Frankrig, der havde været arbejdsløs i mange år, og han har altid stemt på Socialistpartiet i Frankrig, men nu tænkte han, de har aldrig hjulpet mig, og nu er jeg blevet så gammel, at nu handler det om mine børn. Jeg smider en atombombe og stemmer på Le Pen. Altså, der er noget protest i det her, og det er jo følelsen af ikke at blive hørt. Det er jo følelsen af, at man ikke synes, det virker, og det nytter. Men det er jo også, fordi politik er besværligt, og folk, de vil have handlekraft nu, ellers så synes de bare, at politikere er nogle pampere.
Men det er ikke fordi globaliseringen er gået forkert? Altså, at globaliseringen i virkeligheden ikke er blevet håndteret. Altså, i Danmark har vi
Det er
stærke fagforeninger, der i virkeligheden kan håndtere effekterne af en løsluppen globalisering. Altså, hvor man kan sige, at i mange andre lande, der har man ikke de fagforeninger, så folk, de føler sig tabt. Altså, i Danmark har vi, når Lindøværftet lukker, jamen, så går der ikke lang tid, så har vi den maritime klynge. Altså, det her med i virkeligheden at håndtere befolkningens bekymring i forhold til en globalisering.
Men Lotte, vi har en fælles onkel. Storebror til din mor, lillebror til min far, der havde et hus lige 13 kilometer væk. Det hus, det er i dag ejet af Inger Støjberg. Det er vores onkels hus, der er ejet af Inger Støjberg. Ja, det må I ikke bebrejde os. Men det er det altså. Så vi kender Ingers hus rigtig godt. Begge to.
Også kælderen.
Også kælderen. Vi kender det hele. Men altså, jeg overraskes jo over, hvor mange, der sådan er i bevægelse, i en frustrationsbevægelse. Og når Inger kan få måske 20 mandater, uden at sige andet, end I ved, hvad jeg står for, så er der nogen, der kan vælge at sige, at befolkningen er dumme. Man kan også vælge at sige, at de er frustrerede. Og jeg kommer jo meget både i Nordjylland, jeg bor i Aalborg, og jeg kommer meget i København. Og jeg har sgu ikke fundet de fine salonger nogen steder. Men alligevel er der et eller andet i det der udtryk, de fine salonger, der bider på. Og det er jo en følelse af, at noget går forbi en. Så der er noget, vi ikke italesætter. Jeg er jo enig i, at Lindøværftet blev håndteret godt. Men når debatten kom om udflytningen af statslige arbejdspladser, jeg har faktisk selv været formand for noget, der hed Staten i hele Danmark. Jeg stoppede som formand, fordi jeg ikke kunne se mig i det. Fordi jeg kunne godt gå ind for, at man udflytter nogle statslige arbejdspladser til Aalborg, Aarhus, Odense. Men jeg gider ikke, at man flytter Dansk Sprognævn til Brovst. Det er det samme som at sige, at vi lukker Dansk Sprognævn. Og så blev politik jo noget klatmaling for at svare på en frustration, der er i befolkningen. Og det er det samme frustration, der får englænderne til at stemme for Brexit, og nogle amerikanere, der synes, at kulminen, som gjorde, at de kunne arbejde og tjene nogle penge, den er nu lukket, der får til at stemme på Trump. Han siger, at han vil åbne kulminen. Og globaliseringen, som jeg har været meget tilhænger af, den er på en eller anden måde retur nu. Den er på en eller anden måde retur. Og der var jo nogle mennesker i 70'erne, som havde en plads på arbejdsmarkedet, som i dag er til overs, som følger af globaliseringen. Det kan da godt være, at der er nogen af os, der har glemt at tale om det. Og måske er det giver indre spændinger i demokratierne.
Men nu står vi over for sådan en grøn transition i hele, og vi har i EU har vi vedtaget, at vi skal reducere vores CO2, jeg havde den på engelsk før, CO2 ned inden 2050 med 70%. Men det betyder jo, at vi får hvordan skal vi sikre en ordentlig social transition, når kulminerne i Polen skal lukkes, fordi det er jo sådan, de primært får energi.
Det er fandme vigtigt, for ellers så får vi... Det er vigtigt. Så
vi har en kæmpe udfordring med den her sociale transition i Europa, samtidig med, at vi ved, at vi har haft det varmeste Europa nogensinde, og
Donau.
Og Donau er fuldstændig udtørret, ikke?
Gamle tyske krigsskibe, de kommer frem, de ligger på bunden. Ja,
og ørken bliver større eller der sker sådan en ørkenificering i Spanien, ikke? Så det er jo virkelig svære spørgsmål, og man kan sige, det har så ikke noget med globalisering at gøre, men det har noget med vores klimakrise at gøre.
Ja. Men Lotte, skal Europa, for at komme tilbage til det, skal Europa være en geopolitisk aktør, sådan som USA har været?
Jeg synes, det skal måske ikke være en supermagt på samme måde, men vi skal være en aktør, der kan balancere i forhold til mellem USA og Kina. Fordi at verden har ikke godt af en polarisering. Og der er rigtig mange stater som Indonesien, som Indien, mange afrikanske stater, som ikke ønsker at være en del af polarisering på samme måde, som de var under den kolde krig. Ja. Så man kan se på måden, der blev stemt på i FN i forhold til opbakning til alle dem, der ligesom lod være med at stemme i FN's generalforsamling omkring, at krigen skulle stoppes, og som stadigvæk handler med Rusland, og som stadigvæk gør alting med Rusland. Der er mange lande, der ikke ønsker at blive en del af den kamp. Og der kan EU i virkeligheden være et, skal man sige, både på den ene side en standardsætter i forhold til Kina og USA på produktion og på alt muligt, at sætte standarder, men vi kan også være noget, der balancerer i virkeligheden.
Kunne man forestille sig, hvis vi nu ser bort fra Rusland, som efter min opfattelse langsomt er ved at transformere sig selv til et kæmpe Nordkorea, kunne man så forestille sig, at der var 2 geopolitiske aktørgrupper med hver deres indre spændinger, USA, Europa, overfor Kina, måske også andre asiatiske lande? Kunne man forestille sig, at det blev polerne?
Ja, det kunne man godt forestille sig.
Hvor de køber jo meget op i Afrika, kineserne.
Ja, men altså, det er også, jeg mener ikke, at kineserne stikker så dybt i Afrika. Fordi de er stadigvæk i gang med at lære spørgsmål om ejerskab, og afrikanerne ved også, at der er ikke sådan noget som er free lunch. Så det er ikke sådan, altså jeg tror ikke, at man skal ikke være mega bange. Det man skal være bange for, det er, at de projekter, de laver, om de i virkeligheden er bæredygtige. Og der kan vi europæere komme ind med noget meget mere bæredygtigt i forhold til infrastruktur, i forhold til connectivity. Fordi vi kan planlægge på en helt anden måde.
På europæisk basis, eller bliver det tyske virksomheder, danske ingeniører, eller bliver det orkestreret fra Bruxelles?
Det bliver orkestreret fra Bruxelles, fordi EU er verdens største udviklingsdonor. Og derfor er der massivt mange muligheder i det. Og vi kan arbejde med de afrikanske regionale instanser, altså både African Union, ECOWAS, og altså alle de her regionale, og de er stærke, og hvis man arbejder gennem det, så kan man skabe et helt andet rum. ECOWAS er den vestafrikanske samarbejdsorganisation, og de har allerede idéer om at lave et mini-EU inden for det vestafrikanske, og det kan vi jo støtte dem i. Så vi kan komme ind på et helt andet niveau i forhold til det. Så i virkeligheden, så nogle gange tænker jeg, når man er så bange for, at kineserne kommer til Afrika, jamen, jeg er mere bange for, at russerne kommer til Afrika, for de kommer med brutalitet. Ja. Men kineserne kommer også med know-how, de kommer også med infrastruktur, som afrikanerne efterspørger. Og der kan vi jo bare sige, listen and learn, altså lad os bare se, om vi ikke kan tilbyde noget, der er bedre.
Men nu taler du jo meget om den politiske overbygning på EU. Altså under den, der er der jo et kommercielt samarbejde, det indre marked. Og det indre marked har jo ydre grænser. Og presser vi i virkeligheden ikke afrikanerne ud i fattigdom og manglende udvikling ved at have de der meget kraftige ydre grænser over for Afrika?
Nej.
Og modarbejder det ikke den her med at inkludere dem politisk?
Altså jeg ved, at vi arbejder faktisk i Danmark meget sammen med African Union om at tænke i, hvordan kan man i virkeligheden lave et ordentligt migrationssetup. Og man kan se, at der er også nogle afrikanske lande, som rent faktisk også begynder at tænke i skal man sige, deres, altså i hvordan de skal håndtere illegal immigration. Det er ikke alle. Der er nogen, hvor det ikke betyder så meget, fordi man har brug for arbejdskraft, når man ikke er så, skal man sige, statslig, altså blevet så sådan stærke statsobjekter. Men i Sydafrika har man lige haft en kæmpe sådan et incident, som i virkeligheden gjorde folk rigtig, rigtig gale. De har mange migranter fra hele området, fra Malawi, fra Mozambique, der kommer, og som ikke, og hvor de har oplevet, at det faktisk er med til at skabe instabilitet. Så i virkeligheden er det en diskussion mere end det er et endegyldigt punktum. Og man kan jo også sige, at jeg synes i virkeligheden, at vi skal, og det er meget langsigtet, men finde ud af, hvordan man skaber, skal man sige, bæredygtige løsninger lokalt. Og det tager lang tid, men jeg er sikker på, at det er den eneste vej.
Men hvis alt det her, det skal orkestreres af EU, og nu har jeg jo selv været minister og finder ud af, hvor stort bureaukratisk det er, men jeg har jo personligt den opfattelse, at der er jo ikke noget alternativ til EU. I virkeligheden er det jo bare et kæmpestort, velfaciliteret mødebord, som vil bestå også, selvom vi ikke var med ved bordet. Men hvis alt det her, det skal ske, og man skal få den beslutningskraft, sådan at et Europa kan påvirke verden i den her positive retning, vi vil. Hvordan skal vi så orkestrere det, sådan at de mandater kommer ind til EU, for de skal jo komme ud fra nationalstaterne.
Ja.
Og hvis man laver nogle traktater, der i et eller andet omfang ignorerer nationalstaterne, for det kan man jo godt, så tror jeg, at fingeren vil blive peget ned af de lokale befolkninger.
Ja,
Så
men måske især på udenrigs...
Så jeg spørger om slagkraften. Hvordan etablerer vi slagkraften?
Ja, men jeg vil sige, at især på udenrigs- og udviklingspolitikken kan man se, at faktisk altså, har vi haft overraskende fælles fodslag i meget lang tid. Det seneste halve år i virkeligheden med sanktionspakke, den 7. sanktionspakke er lige blevet vedtaget.
Måske en speciel situation.
Ja, men vi vedtog også det, der hedder Global Compass, som er EU's strategi, eller Strategic Compass, tror jeg den hed, som er EU's udenrigspolitiske strategi, som blandt andet handler om, at EU skal blive en stærkere sikkerhedspolitisk aktør. Og hvor også, da den tidligere udenrigsordfører, Mogherini, Federico Mogherini, da hun var der lavede hun aftaler med Niger, med Mali, med Tunis om hjemsendelsesting. Og det er selvfølgelig problematisk på en måde, men det viser også en vej og siger, men altså, vi...
Hvad er smøremiddel? Sender vi nogle penge, eller hvad?
Ja, det gør vi også. Ja, der er også penge, der følges også penge med. Men man kan sige, at det er jo i hvert fald et signal, og det handler om, at vi skal lave kontrolleret migration. Fordi EU har også brug for migration. EU kommer til at mangle massivt meget arbejdskraft. Så det der med, hvordan sørger vi for i virkeligheden lave...
mangler allerede massivt.
Ja, Danmark mangler arbejdskraft.
Ja, Danmark gør.
Ja, men så det der med at lave kontrolleret migration, lave green card-ordninger, og i virkeligheden vil det være, hvis det er meget lettere at migrere ind i EU, så er det også lettere at forlade EU, fordi så ved man godt, at når du først er kommet ind, så kan du godt komme ud og ind og ud og ind igen. Men i dag har vi gjort det så svært at komme ind, så der er ingen, som når de først er kommet ind, så har de ikke fået lyst til at forlade det. Så
de risikerer jo faktisk livet for at komme over.
Ja, så derfor skal vi skal finde ud af at få fælles fodslag, og der skal Danmark også med. For Danmark har jo meldt sig ud af det i virkeligheden ved bare at være, vi har Schengen-aftalen, men vi vil ikke med i diskussionen på grund af vores retsforbehold, er vi ikke med i diskussionen om, hvordan vi i virkeligheden skal lave den her fælles EU's migration, og hvordan kan man lave en fremadrettet migrationstænkning frem for en defensiv, som vi gør i dag, hvor det bare er noget med nogle Frontex-skibe.
Så det er de 26 andre, der aftaler det?
Ja.
Uden at vi i virkeligheden har
Ja, og det er desværre det indrigs- og justitsministrene, det er ikke udenrigsministrene. Det vil sige, de tænker hele tiden alle sammen på nær måske Portugal, tænker i defensiv tænkning, hvor vi i virkeligheden skal tænke i en meget mere progressiv, okay, hvad har vi behov for samlet set som EU, og hvem vil byde ind i det? Så i stedet for at lave kvoter om Ungarn skal modtage så og så mange, og de skal modtage så og så mange, så skal man hellere sige, okay, hvordan kan vi lave et system, så vi har en mere fleksibel tilgang til det, så det ikke bliver et tvangssystem, men i virkeligheden bliver et spørgsmål om at få den både, hvilken slags arbejdskraft, hvad for en slags arbejdskraft, hvilke slags studerende, så vi har et meget mere, ja, måske amerikansk lignende system på nogle måder, eller kanadisk lignende system.
Ja.
Og på den måde, så bliver EU også stærk. Vi kommer sikkert også til at lave en massiv brain drain for de lande, som vi også udvikler, men man kan også lave et bedre samarbejde med de lande, fordi man ikke hele tiden er bange for, at nu kommer de.
Jeg var i en debat i går også, om vi skulle have en federation og sådan noget, så kommer vi jo til at tale om, hvad definerer federationen. Tyskland er jo faktisk også en federation, og hvor meget bestemmes i Berlin, og hvor meget bestemmes ud i de enkelte forbundslande. Og personligt er jeg i virkeligheden også i tvivl om, hvor meget man i USA bestemmer i Washington, og hvor meget der bestemmes lokalt ude i de enkelte delstater. Det jeg vil spørge om, eller prøve at bede dig om at tænke over, det er vi ikke også nødt til at definere et eller andet fælles ståsted? Udover at vi er tilhængere af liberale demokratier og de frihedsrettigheder, og borgerlige liberale frihedsrettigheder, der følger med der, sådan at vi har et fælles projekt, der binder os sammen i EU. Det tror jeg, vi får brug for, hvis vi skal få politisk opbakning i vores befolkninger til at agere ud over EU's egne grænser. Mm. Fordi så man ved, hvad man kæmper for. På den måde, uden at jeg skal lyde kynisk, var krigen i Ukraine jo måske meget god. Altså lige til at italesætte nogle fælles værdier. Misforstår mig nu ikke, jeg havde bedre set, den ikke var der. Men den sætter jo i relief, hvem vi er.
Men det er i hvert fald stadigvæk sådan, at måske er krigen i Ukraine mere præsent for Polen, end den er for Portugal.
Ja.
Og det er jo igen det der med, hvor vender man hen. For dem er migrationsstrømmene fra Afrika eller konflikter i Mellemøsten måske mere præsente. Ja. Så i virkeligheden kræver det jo en strategi, som tænker alle vegne i forhold til det.
Men der er jeg da heller ikke stolt af at være dansker, dengang hvor flygtningene kom hen og ramte de græske kyster. Og de havde dårlig økonomi, og det bebrejdede vi dem, men vi hjalp dem jo heller ikke. Ja. Den dag flygtningene de væltede ind over Grækenland og begyndte at gå op på vores motorvej. Ja. Altså, hvis vi vil have åbne indre grænser, så er det vel også Danmarks forpligtelse at være med til at beskytte de ydre grænser, selv nede ved Grækenland.
Ja, det er det helt sikkert, men det er også, kan man sige, det skete jo lidt det samme, med, da flygtningen kom over grænsen fra Belarus. Der oplevede så Polen det på sin egen krop, hvad der sker, og det der med, men det som folk er bange for, det er, når tingene er ukontrolleret. Og vi er i Danmark, vi kan godt lide kontrol, vi kan godt lide orden, vi kan godt lide systemer, alt det der, ikke? Så når tingene bliver ukontrolleret...
Vi er dansktalende tyskere.
Ja, det er vi rigtig glade for, ikke? Ja. Nydelige hække, pæne haver, alt det der, ikke?
Ja, ikke hjemme med mig.
Ja, og det synes jeg egentlig er helt i orden, at vi godt kan lide den orden. Men så derfor er det jo den politiske opgave at finde ud af, hvordan skaber man rammerne om en egentlig, og så må vi sige, nogle gange er det selvfølgelig også et solidaritetssystem, men
altså jeg er enig med dig, men jeg tænker som gammel lovsnedker, og forhåbentlig får jeg også lov til at blive det igen, om hvordan kommer vi hen og kan lave det system. Det kræver
at Danmark er med.
Jamen, ja, det kræver, at Danmark er med, men det kræver også, at vi bliver bedre til at, sådan sagt på nudansk, brande projektet over for befolkningerne, sådan at vi får opbakning. For ellers så er det altid nemmere for den danske befolkning. Vi har jo skabt en tradition med at spørge befolkningen meget i EU-sammenhæng. Så er det nemmere at sige nej, hvis man er usikker, end det er at sige ja. Og det bliver nemt vores pine, at vores befolkninger siger nej, fordi det er altså ret svært at forklare de her perspektiver, og hvad vi kæmper for. Og det er altid der, jeg har mit hoved. Hvordan får vi det forklaret? På 3 linjer på Facebook. Ja. Det er selvfølgelig meget karikeret, men der er noget om, at vi skal gøre det enkelt. Jeg vil gerne, og jeg har jo, det er rigtig svært det her, for hvordan skaber vi opbakning og en fælles forståelse for, at det vi kæmper for, det er uafhængigt af politisk observans, i virkeligheden til gavn for, at vi har den demokratiske spilleplade, vi er fælles om. Det er jo den, vi gerne vil bevare, uanset om man er konservativ eller Enhedsliste, så går vi jo ind for den her fælles platform. Der er et spørgsmål. Ja. 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 Det har du ret i, og jeg skal heller ikke som gammel minister sige, at jeg ikke har tydet til det kort, fordi det var det nemmeste for ikke at være upopulær. Men det er lousy, og det er jeg enig med dig i, det er lousy.
Og i virkeligheden er det vel at skyde sig selv i foden?
Ja, det er nemlig at skyde sig selv i foden, fordi EU gør ikke noget, uden at kommissionen kan ikke gøre noget, uden at de har fået et mandat fra rådet. Og hvem er rådet? Ja, på sundhedsområdet, der var det jo blandt andet mig, som har fået et mandat i det danske Europaudvalg. Ja, men det... Ja. Jeg tror, du har meget ret.
Måske skal vi lære at sige, at vi er jo EU. Du og jeg er EU i virkeligheden. Så hver gang, at der er nogen, der siger over i EU eller nede i EU, så siger vi, her i EU. Ja, vi i EU. Ja. Og måske er det i virkeligheden noget, vi skal øve os på. Altså politisk, folkeligt at sige, vi i EU mener, at sådan er det, eller det var ærgerligt, at vi i EU ikke fik det her gennemført, eller
tage ejerskab.
Ja, tage ejerskab til EU på en helt anden måde. Fordi vi jo stadigvæk ikke, altså helt med i EU faktisk. At vi
Nej.
har et retsforbehold, som vi ikke er kommet af. Vi har selvfølgelig et monetært forbehold også, som...
Ja, ski med det egentlig, fordi
Ja.
i Danmark, der har vi jo og de hedder bare kroner.
Ja.
Men
Men retsforbeholdet er jo grundlæggende, synes jeg.
ja, det synes jeg er problematisk. Det er måske det værste.
Ja,
Det synes jeg er problematisk. Også på det her på efterretningen.
ja.
Det er jo ikke bare, at vi putter vores efterretningschefer i fængsel, men det er jo også det, at vi er udenfor. Ja. Og endnu mere afhængige, end de er på tværs af de andre landes efterretningstjenester, af information på tværs af grænser. Og nu er tingene jo i sagens natur hemmelige, så jeg ved ikke, hvad det er, vi ikke får. Men jeg har mistanker om, at vi ikke er oppe på øverste hylde i Danmark.
Men Jakob, nu når du kommer i Folketinget her, når der kommer et folketingsvalg lige om lidt, ikke?
Ja, det kommer der.
Hvordan vil du så forklare, altså den pris, vi skal betale for den her krig? Altså, hvordan vil du sige, når vi ser, at energipriserne stiger, at fødevarepriserne stiger, at vi skal skære ned på vores velfærd, fordi vores militærudgifter stiger? Hvordan vil du forklare det til dine vælgere og til...
Det synes jeg i virkeligheden er nemt nok. Jeg var lige været bange for, at du gav mig en opgave, jeg ikke kunne finde ud af. Men altså, det synes jeg er nemt nok. Det jeg kan være bange for, det er om det argument, jeg nu kommer med om lidt, det holder, når det begynder at gøre ondt. Fordi man starter jo med at sige, helt ærligt venner, vi har ikke betalt brandforsikringen på vores hus siden 1989. Og nu er det altså nødvendigt, at vi opruster, at vi står sammen. Politik handler i mangt og meget om sammenhold. Og så holder man sine uenigheder væk. Og det er jo det, der er sket med et nationalt kompromis på forsvarsområdet i Danmark. Det er, at man gemmer sine uenigheder, pakker dem ind i en aftale, og så bakker alle op om aftalen. Og det er, at vi betaler vores brandforsikring, og at vi står sammen om hvad vi definerer værdierne. Jamen, uanset om vi er Enhedsliste eller om vi er konservative, så holder vi af at være på en platform, der hedder demokrati, og retten til at sige og tænke og ønske, hvad vi vil, og have en diskussion. Og det er det, vi kæmper for. For der er altså åbenbart kræfter, ydre kræfter, der vil noget andet. Jamen, man fatter det jo ikke. Nej. Men det er der jo nogen, der vil.
Men Jakob, nu har du jo været sundhedsminister,
ja.
Så du kender altså tilstanden i sundhedssektoren.
Ja.
Og altså, simpelthen den der
det
krig...
gik så godt dengang.
Krigen betyder, at vi skal skære på vores... På vores velfærd. Det betyder, at vi skal skære på udgifterne til vores sundhed.
Ja. Nu tror jeg, ud fra politiske prioriteringer, ikke at det er sundheden, der bliver ramt, og ældreomsorg, men der er jo noget, der bliver ramt. Fordi det her såkaldte råderum, hvor man har en hel masse penge, politikerne kan lege med, det er jo brugt. Altså nu kommer regeringen og skal lave en finanslov, og selvom den står lige over for valg, traditionelt vil den jo komme med en masse karameller, som den kunne pakke befolkningen ind i. Jamen, altså den sukkerlage, den er bare blevet meget, meget mindre. Og det bliver den jo ved med, fordi det er jo ikke en ekstra udgift på 18 milliarder én gang. Det er jo en ekstra udgift på 18 milliarder om året. Hvert eneste år, vi skal bruge på det her. Nu har jeg så i øvrigt, det er en parentes, et håb om, at det ikke kun er, hvad vi forstår som nye tanks og nye krudt og kugler, men også er i virkeligheden teknologisk udvikling og IT-udvikling, som vil give en civil gevinst på eksporten, så de ikke tabte alle pengene. Men det er klart, at der er politikere, der kommer til at prioritere, for vi har færre penge til tingene. Og det er svært på sundhed, skal jeg sige. Jeg var sundhedsminister lige hen over finanskrisen, og fra den ene dag til den anden, altså alle ordførerne var vant til, at jamen, på sundhed kunne vi altid skaffe pengene, fordi det så politisk grimt ud, hvis ikke man kom pengene. Men fra den ene dag til den anden var det altså som træde ind i et jakkesæt, der lige var krympet, og armene var spændt ud. Jeg kan huske, at de andre ordfører, de tænkte, jamen hvad der er sket? Pengene, de lukkede med et fingerknips. Og på samme måde er råderummet altså bare blevet mindre, jakkesættet er begyndt at stramme. Og det vil vi mærke, og det er jo der, vi bliver udfordret på, om vi i virkeligheden vil det her med at stå sammen og bekæmpe en ydre fjende. Altså Schlüter var jo sådan lidt kæk i 80'erne, og så sagde han, jeg synes bestemt ikke, vi skal have nogle nye missiler, før vi har brugt de gamle først. Altså, den går jo ikke længere. Vi kommer til at købe missiler og krudt og kugler og bruge penge på noget, som vi forhåbentlig aldrig får brug for. Der er jo heller ingen af os, der håber, vi kommer til at bruge brandforsikringen. Fordi så er huset jo brændt, og det håber vi jo ikke. Men vi skal til at betale til noget, som som vi i virkeligheden alle sammen drømmer om at spildt. Men hvis ikke vi har den her power, militære power, så er der altså nogen, som drømmer om at løbe os over ende. Det er ny retorik, og det er der, vi har taget fredsdividenden på et forkert grundlag siden 1989, fordi vi jo troede, at alle gerne vil have vores systemer. Og jeg fatter den dag i dag stadigvæk ikke, at ikke alle vil have det. Det tror jeg i virkeligheden måske også det russiske folk ved, men det heller vel, det ved du meget bedre end mig. Men at de har fået nogle autokrater, som ikke fortæller dem, hvor godt det er at leve i et demokrati. Så det kommer vi til at betale til, og det får en pris. Det får en pris på kunsten og kulturen, i bred forstand. Det får, jeg ved sgu ikke, om det får på sundhed. Der er altså virkelig en indre dynamik der genererer udgifter.
Men Jakob, jeg er bange for, at vi må slutte af her i den her lille familiefejde, som ikke virkelig udviklede sig i den her omgang. Havde det været på nogle andre områder, havde vi nok...
Vi har aldrig været op og slås, men vi har diskuteret højt.
Ja. Men tusind tak, fordi du vil diskutere med mig. Og jeg er også glad for at diskutere udenrigspolitik med en konservativ, fordi jeg synes lidt, der mangler nogle udenrigsordfører på det område. Ja. De er der, men de er ikke...
Per Stig bliver jo 80 år i morgen, så ham kan vi altså ikke blive ved med at trække ind.
Men ellers, så spændende.
Ja, nu må vi se, om jeg bliver
og tak fordi I lyttede med. Jeg glemte mine papirer nede hvor vi skiltes, altså de der til mine 2 næste debatter. Det er dine papirer? Det er vores mails. Ja, men jeg skal lige ned og hente mine papirer til de næste 2 debatter. Jeg har først noget i morgen. Så jeg løber lige der. Det er skide sjovt. Jeg løber lige dernede. Ja, det er godt. Hvad er det nu? Det ved du ikke. Jeg ved ikke, hvor du skal hen nu.
Undskyld, Charlotte. Skulle du snakke her igen bagefter? Er det okay med headset igen? No? top. Then I've turned down the volume now. But now it says some numbers. Then everyone can hear you speaking. If you want to turn off the microphone,
Hello.
One.
Okay, welcome to this debate and session on European energy security and the Black Sea region in the wake of the war in Ukraine. I'm very happy to welcome the Ambassador of Georgia, Nata Menabde. I hope I pronounced it correctly.
Very good.
Yeah, and the Ambassador of Romania, Alexandru Gradina, more or less, and Professor from Aalborg University, Paul Albert Østergaard. The topic of this session is actually, it's about a sea that we're not that familiar with other than we go on vacation and this, but it's a sea where you could say we have the Baltic Sea, and here we have a sea which is compounded of so many different countries and which is very much involved in the current war in many ways. So there's an exciting dynamic, and of course the question of energy in that dynamics is extremely important. I've asked the panelists to come to give a sort of a short presentation on their point of view. What is the Georgian point of view? How do you see it? What is the Romanian point of view? And then finally, what is the point of view from energy planning in terms of what our panelists are saying? So I'll ask Ambassador Nata Menabde to start out explaining sort of the framework of how you see it in Georgia.
Thank you. Georgia has been putting a lot of importance to the Black Sea and the security on the Black Sea, but also Black Sea as a transit route that connects Asia with Europe for a long time. It's not just a new topic which has emerged now, it is a long time we have been discussing this. And it is very important for Georgia, of course, to connect to all those parts of the world, but it has become very, very important and differently important in the wake of the war in Ukraine. Georgia itself has experienced the very first attack of Russia in the 21st century. And we have gotten 20% of our territories occupied, and the mini war that is happening now in Ukraine happened then. And of course we have paid our price, but we have also seen that this is coming, and this is going to be expanding, and this is going to be spreading to the other countries, Ukraine namely, but also beyond Ukraine. So we have been raising the issue of importance of the Black Sea security for a long time. We didn't get attention to the matter at the time, and I can come back to that later on. But so now that the energy supply is such a critical issue, and despite of all the green energy work which is going on in many countries, it's including Denmark, of course, these things are changing, but there is now a very firm decision compared to 2008 when we were at war with Russia, that everybody wants to get away from dependence on the Russian energy. So there is clearly a need to create alternative routes of energy transportation, and Black Sea is one important route, and therefore Georgia seized a lot of opportunities in that way. So I think it's also very relevant to mention here that if you are planning long-term investments in creating new alternative pipelines and routes and means and connections, then you have to be very carefully assessing need for security in the region, especially in the Black Sea region. And that's now relevant in the different way.
Thank you. I just need also to mention that we actually are celebrating 30 years of Georgian-Danish diplomatic relations. So I think that's also something which is significant within, you could say, the overall framework of what's going on in Ukraine, because it is very much about the fact that we have, you know, a Europe that is actually was transformed 30 years ago, in which we saw the possibility of new nations being free to define itself in its own path. And one of the first things that Georgia did was to establish, and Denmark did, was to establish diplomatic relations. So that's very much part of having an own foreign policy and where you want to go. So I just want to congratulate us both for this relationship. But setting that aside, one of my first trips as director of the Danish Foreign Policy Society was actually to Romania. I started working 1st of May, and on the 4th of May, the Danish Foreign Policy Society carried out a study tour to the Black Sea. So first stop was Romania, then Moldova, then Transnistria, and then lastly Odessa, to look at the security actually. And at that time in 2015, there was a lot of still anxiety going about what happened in 2014 in Ukraine. And I remember that NATO soldiers were coming in big numbers to Romania. So there already it was very visible all of a sudden what is actually taking place. But Mr. Ambassador, this is just a small side story, but still I think it's relevant that we now 8.5 years has passed, and we're still in this situation that the Black Sea area is extremely important for everything which is going on.
Thank you for having me on the panel, and take this occasion to congratulate Georgia and Denmark for the 30 years anniversary of their diplomatic relations. And I'm happy that you mentioned your visit to Romania. I hope you come back to Romania. It's also after some years. I will just refer to two things that you both mentioned. First of all, the awareness of the security around the Black Sea. Romania organized 2008 a NATO summit in Bucharest. Georgia, I'm sure, remembers it with pleasure. After that, and in all these years, even before Crimea and after Crimea and after what happened in Georgia, we were trying to raise the awareness, the importance of the security around the Black Sea. In all NATO meetings, we were addressing the issue and drawing the attention of all our partners and allies that the Black Sea is important. Let's concentrate also on the southern part of the eastern flank of NATO. Yes, we done our part. Of course, things, we are now 2022, at least in June at the NATO summit in Madrid, the strategic importance from security point of view of the Black Sea was recognized and in all the documents. Of course, things from our side, we tried to have the attention of all countries, West and US and everybody, to the area, because we live in the area. We know, I think, the dynamics, and the countries around the Black Sea, I think, share the same assessment. So yes, we are now in a very different position, of course, because you're mentioning 2008, 2014. Black Sea security now is important for everybody. Unfortunately, the war contributed for that. This region is now so visible, and it's in the center of all preoccupations of all of many allies. You were speaking about soldiers also. That was also an issue, to increase the presence of the NATO troops along the eastern flank, and this is happening. Also, again, I'm mentioning the NATO summit. As you know, there were decisions also there about numbers and things like this, but in Romania, even before February, the number of NATO forces increased. We are very grateful to all allies, and also the other way around. Romania contributes with soldiers. For example, just recently we decided to send a battalion to Poland. So it's and the other way around. So number of soldiers, yes, they are increasing a lot in the last months, because you were mentioning also this. So more or less, as an introductory statement about Black Sea security, the panel is also about energy issues. I mean, I can speak now or later.
Maybe just an additional sort of fact. How many kilometers is there from Crimea to Romania? So how long does it actually take?
Yes, I mean...
so we just have an understanding, a vision of the distance, and why is it so crucial for Romania?
I give you two facts in this direction. So Romania is the country, the EU and NATO member state with the longest border with Ukraine, and Bucharest is the closest capital to Odessa. So in terms of kilometers from the borders is around 200, so Odessa to the border. So it's, as I said, Bucharest is the closest capital. We have the longest border. We are bordering Republic of Moldova. You mentioned also Transnistria. You know, there were a lot of discussions, and Transnistria was at some point also in the focus of different reports that the Russian army would try to direct their attention also to that area. So yes, we are very close. Maybe Denmark is a little bit further away, or it is at least in terms of kilometers. But I think it's not the case to think in kilometers. It's the case to think in concrete actions as alliance. It's the moment where you have to be united. We have to show solidarity with Ukraine. They are fighting for the security of Europe. They are not fighting only for their own security. Russia made a horrible attack on all democratic values, on all aspects that are important in Western civilized nations. So, of course, we have this measure, and we can measure the length, but I think it's important to think in a different way, and providing them with help, with weapons, with ammunition, with concrete materials that they can use in order to preserve our freedom. And other way, I mean, Georgia knows much better. So it's the moment where we have to do all these things in order to prove the Russians something that we did not do on other occasions.
Maybe I will just explain a bit of the context, as I have been both to Romania, I've been to Georgia, I've been to Abkhazia, I've been to Transnistria, so I know sort of the things, and I think what is important to understand is that Transnistria, for example, is a republic, not a republic, no, it's a piece of land, a piece of land which is sort of...
It's part of Moldova.
It's part of Moldova. It's been occupied by Russian military. And it's today a criminal organized gang. In many ways, it functions like a criminal organization. It seems as if it's trying to preserve the Soviet Union in terms of its symbols and everything. So, which means that there's a lot of I think there's a lot of Russian soldiers in Transnistria at the moment. Moldova, which has to suffer the fact that there's this frozen conflict on its soil, has not a significant army. And therefore, the whole area of the Black Sea and the southern corridor up to through Transnistria is actually also a threat in terms of if the Russian military gets up that way, you could actually have you could have Moldova, and then it might also be a threat to Romania somehow. Yeah, it's just a picture, and the same in Georgia. 20% of the territory of Georgia is today sort of occupied, both in Abkhazia and in Ossetia, by Russian soldiers or Russian sort of people who are appointed by Russia, the same way they wanted to appoint a new man in Kiev so they couldn't control. So that's a proven mechanism that they have used. And in this way, Georgia is constantly threatened by the presence of, you could say, Russian military very close to its borders, or not even close in its borders, inside Georgia. And therefore, it's a very precarious situation. At the same time, you have, you could say, the whole thinking around the Black Sea, where you luckily, to some degree, have Turkey, even though they don't apply the EU sanctions, and there's some, you know, they play a very strange role, but still, they don't allow Russian military ships through Bosphorus. They don't allow NATO military ships through Bosphorus, but in that way, you keep the military ships that are there somehow. Well, Mr. Ambassador, then we go on to the energy, but I thought it was important just to provide, you could say, the geographical context of this whole discussion. But both Georgia and Romania has borders to the Black Sea, and so does Turkey and Bulgaria and Ukraine and Russia. Yeah. So that's the Black Sea. It's a very complicated context, you could say. Yes, Mr. Ambassador.
Yes, so speaking about energy, yes, I mean, we all know about this, the current very unstable global energy markets, the high volatility in these prices, and of course, my Georgian colleague alluded to this. It is clear that now, if not, it should be maybe also earlier, but now it is clear that we have to, I don't know, let's say, like putting in the maximum what we can get to end actually the dependence on Russian fossil fuels. Of course, it seems a very challenging task. We all know the different percentages of dependence in the European market of the energy sources from Russia. My own country is in a very lucky position. But again, it's not about Romania, it's not about Georgia, it's about Europe. And we have to find new alternatives, this is for sure. And coming from a country from inside the European Union, I will of course refer to the Repower EU plan. It's a very clear plan that was adopted by the Commission, by the European Commission, and it's aiming, of course, to what I was mentioning, to end the dependence on Russian fuels at the latest 2027. Like in all these documents, there are a number of measures. Of course, they speak about savings. I mean, we know all these things. I mean, not go into the details. Saving, efficiency, and clean energy, mainly. On short term, of course, we have also a task to prepare for the winter. I mean, it's August, but it's already August, and we have to prepare for the winter. And for this, there is also a requirement to fill all gas deposits in all EU countries 80% by the 1st of November. Romania is in a good position. I mean, we are already there, almost. So, energy security, of course, we speak about war, but this issue is a consequence that the prices are now very high, and it is the moment where we have to, of course, try to find alternatives. It's very difficult. I mean, maybe you follow the, I'm sure you follow the debate, at least in the European Union, how to do this. I mean, okay, we have a plan, there are some measures, okay, savings and efficiency, but concretely, I mean, what do we do? And so here every country has its own plans. You know, Denmark is the wind energy, and other countries. I mean, everybody has its own plans and has to accelerate their efforts in certain areas. If I speak about my country, it's we have a quite balanced and good energy mix. I would say it's I mean, balance, when I say balance, it's balance between a lot of renewable energy, and I mean here pure renewable energy, as is hydropower, wind and solar. But as you all know, again, the European Union declared also natural gas and nuclear. I mean, of course, speaking about nuclear in Denmark is not necessarily so relevant, but for Romania and for other countries, nuclear is very important. And when we speak about energy and energy prices and finding alternatives, I will speak also about coal. But I think the main aim now is to reduce / end the dependence on Russian fossil fuels. So my country, as I said, we have this quite balanced mix. We are trying to increase our natural gas production, as I said, as gas being considered.
And that comes from the Black Sea, or?
Yes.
Yes.
Gas being temporarily, at least, a green resource, and the gas comes from the Black Sea. We recently, in June, started already production in a small gas field in the Black Sea, 1 BCM, 1 billion cubic meter a year, and we started that. And 2026, 2027, we will start production in the biggest field in the Black Sea, Neptune Deep is called, 200 BCM. So there is a very big capacity there. So speaking about internal indigenous sources for reducing our anyway small dependency on Russian fossil fuels is important for us, and we are doing this, of course, also proving solidarity and exporting and this amounts to the European market. And just to finish also with nuclear, and then I'm stopping. Also in nuclear, we are, this is the second area where we will develop our capacities, because I was mentioning, I mean, you asked and I was mentioning what we are concretely doing in Romania to reduce the small dependency on the Russian gas. Now we have around 20% on gas, so we are anyway in a fortunate position, and this is last year, but 2-3 years ago it was below 10%. So because we still have a big internal production. So in nuclear we have 2 units in Cernavoda and and we will refurbish them and try to build two new ones in 10 years, and try and use as a first European country the small nuclear technology developed by the United States. So small SMR, small reactors. So these are briefly is what Romania is doing. Of course, we were discussing earlier, parallel to continue to develop, I mean, conventional green energy. The onshore, first of all, continue to develop the big onshore capacities on the Black Sea coast, and try to legislate so we can use also Black Sea offshore wind.
Thank you. And remember your questions or your remarks or comments, because after Paul, I'll open up the floor for comments and questions. So Paul, will you give us an impression on, if you hear the presentations from the two ambassadors on the Black Sea, what is your take on the energy security environment in the Black Sea and the possibilities there?
I think first I'd like to comment on something that you said.
Yes.
You're talking about Russian presence in that case in Georgia and in Moldova, Transnistria. I think we should see Russia as good chess players, because they know as long as there are ongoing conflicts in a country, they will never enter the European Union or NATO. So if they can keep a war going in Transnistria, Moldova is out of the question, so is Georgia, so is Ukraine. So I think it's a game of chess we are seeing here, although I know that the stakes are a bit higher than in normal chess. Also in terms of energy, the way that the European system over the last decades basically have been integrated more firmly into the Russian energy supply. We're not just talking about natural gas, because natural gas from Russia is clearly a dominating factor in Western European and Eastern European energy supply, but also in other areas. Like Hungary, you have a pipeline with the crude oil going to a refinery in Hungary, meaning that I see that also as a part of chess, because they have a lot of influence in Hungary, because with that pipeline, I mean, you are very much connected to that single source of oil. If you buy a nuclear power station, that's something that I actually only learned recently, you are tying into the country where you bought it. If you buy an American nuclear power station, then you will buy your fuel rods in America. If you buy a Russian nuclear power station, or if you have one for historical reasons, you cannot simply go to a different uranium producer and say, can I have 10 standard size fuel rods for my power station? No, it doesn't work that way. If you have a Russian power station, you are tied into Rosatom. You can only use Russian fuel rods. So you are very closely integrated into the Russian energy system. So through this this play of I would say chess, global chess, we have really been.
Isn't it judo?
Sorry?
Isn't it judo?
Well, maybe so. We have really been, the European system has really been tied into the Russian energy system, and even the Danish energy system, even though we are normally self-reliant with natural gas, and we have 30% of our natural gas or gas consumption coming from biogas, because we are interconnected with the rest of Europe. I mean, if Germany is lacking gas, we are lacking gas. If Poland is lacking gas, then we are also lacking gas. So we are all connected. We are all in this together. About half a year ago, the Danish Prime Minister, she came out and said that energy has become a security issue. And when she said that on TV, I couldn't help thinking, and actually saying that on TV the day after, it has always been. I mean, if you go back to the Suez Crisis, that was in 1956, oil disruption. If you go to the Yom Kippur October Wars and Iranian Revolution, the war in Kuwait, and everything that goes on in that region affects Europe through rising energy prices or through scarcity of energy resources. So we are really having an energy system which is dependent on some point sources of energy,
and that makes the rest of the world sensitive. In Denmark, Anker Jørgensen, he went out and spoke favorably about Israel, so we were put on the blacklist in 1972-73. They wouldn't sell us oil, even if we wanted to buy it, even if we could pay for it. So political actions, political reactions, trade action, it all connects. Talking about the Black Sea, of course the Black Sea, that is in an important nexus. I mean, we have NATO countries, we have EU countries, we have former Soviet republics, we have independent countries, or outside the normal spheres of influence. So it is really a nexus of interest. And if you are looking at the map, you'll see we have various gas pipelines going through Turkey, we have going through Ukraine, we have them, well, actually also going straight through the Black Sea. So in terms of gas, it is really an important area. But it's also an important area in terms of possibilities, because yes, I know that we can exploit more natural gas, but of course, coming from my perspective, I would rather that we are using this crisis and this transition that we're also in as a way to go towards more renewable energy systems, that we think climate change response, I mean, this is called actually the climate scene here we're standing. So this should all be integrated. And yes, I know that the EU, they think that natural gas is a green transition fuel, but I do think we have other options. And the Black Sea, if you look at the map and see where do you actually have wind resources, you have a lot of wind resources to the western part of the Black Sea, not so much in the eastern part, I'm sorry. You have shallow waters around Crimea, so I mean thousands of square kilometers of relatively shallow water, which would be excellent for offshore wind. If you look into PV potentials around the region, they are between 30 and 60% higher than in Denmark, and in Denmark we have a lot of PV development simply because we make
what is PV?
Sorry. Photovoltaics, solar power. Sorry.
Solar power. Okay,
yes.
so okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I mean, their potentials are far better than we have in Denmark, and despite that, you see a lot of development in Denmark, but not so much development. And that's some of the developments that I think we should also have in the Black Sea region, because it is, as I see it right now, it is a transit corridor for fossil fuels, but it can really also become a hub for renewable fuels in the future. So energy and security is tightly connected, especially in the Black Sea region. So we have the resources, and in terms of economy, we've made various studies for various countries, including Romania, unfortunately not Georgia, because we're focusing on some EU countries. And we are actually analyzing that a transition towards renewable energy systems, the cost will be pretty much neutral compared to what you have today. And this is even before the rising prices on gas, oil, and coal. So, and that also closes some of the loops that you are using resources locally, means you are less dependent on other suppliers, but it also closes some of the economic loops that rather than sending the money as we are doing today when we are using biomass in Denmark, we're actually sending some of the money to Russia. Well, if you close the loops and use the money on local fuels, retrofitting houses, we have great insulation possibilities in most countries in Europe. There's a lot of savings that are still waiting there to be harvested. That will also help our energy security.
I saw a Twitter thread today by a Swedish economist called Anders Åslund, who is very knowledgeable also about the whole oil and gas development in Russia and in Ukraine, where he's been an advisor. And he was actually, his main point was the fact that the EU has not been sufficiently strict in actually making a EU policy on energy and energy transition. So it's been too much up to the individual countries, maybe even to some degree too much up to Germany to decide on things. So we have actually not created that energy union. When we decided to create it, we did not make the decisions on the EU level, when it was needed to do. Is that also something that you imply in these things?
I agree on that to some extent. Within the energy field, Denmark to some extent has been leading.
Yeah.
Not always. I mean, it really depends on what has been the political climate in Denmark also. But yes, I do foresee that, or do see that there could have been more options also in the EU. If you go back, I mean, what we have in Denmark, for instance, we have district heating, and you also have that in Georgia and Romania. But that's actually a technology that does not exist in many places in Europe. But it's really an energy efficient technology. And the EU did not have a policy. Okay, they had a white paper on energy 5 years ago, and it was mentioned in a footnote on page 200, whatever.
So it's also...
So just to say that there are opportunities that the EU is not really going for.
And now Ursula von Leyen is talking a lot about, and we're talking about, that the EU should be a geopolitical EU. And the fact that we have not understood energy as a security thing is actually also undermining our ability to be a geopolitical EU.
I think so, yes, yes.
If you can give me one minute for a small comment to reflect on what my colleagues have said here. I think I agree to many of the points here, and Georgia has not been such a big player in the European agenda of security because we are not a member of EU, but we have been working very closely with many countries, and even now we are discussing joint projects with Romania. That is actually the first country that recognized independence of Georgia 30 years ago, which we will never forget. So I always use this opportunity to remember. But we are talking about laying some high voltage cables under Black Sea, and then some optic fiber. So there are not just energy sources we should be talking about, but also transportation and movement of some of those things. And for that, there are many considerations happening now. Now, Georgia doesn't have its own energy resources to export, but 30 years ago, we were fully dependent on Russia in energy supply, and we are a small, poor country. But then, when we understood that we can't continue that way, we have managed to have absolutely minimal dependence at the moment on Russian sources. But then we found other ways to compensate with Azerbaijan, with Kazakhstan, and you know, we have this pipeline through Turkey and all that, several other means. So we believe that the Georgia being positioned as a transportation route, really east to west connection, Asia and Europe connection, can be used to have greater access to hydrocarbons for the time being, as we need some of them still in Europe, from Azerbaijan, from Kazakhstan, from Turkmenistan, from Asia. So there is this thinking that we should not say that we are dependent, therefore we'll continue to be dependent. With full respect that you said there are certain conditions which cannot be changed, and we are tied to those situations, historic realities which are there. But I think thinking in open-minded way, doing some innovative thinking, and having strategic focus, which European Union did not have because they didn't want to get into this issue of challenges with Russian supply of energy. But now I think everybody is ready for that. So it may be a good momentum also for significant political decisions in which different countries in the Black Sea area can play different roles, and there are options. None of them will solve all the problems of Europe, but piece by piece, bit by bit, you can reduce dependence on Russian energy. And for that, we need to secure this area in such a way that it's not a Russians' desired Black Sea lake that they control, but that is a European sea. Yeah. And I think that's a difference.
I think that's a very important distinction. I think in general, I hope that EU will think more strategically in terms of what is actually Europe and what we need to claim as Europe, you could say, also in terms of energy, but also in terms of all other kind of stuff. So even if you're not a full member, you're sort of part of the thinking
But
of
we
the
are
whole-
now having European perspective, and we are hoping
Yeah.
to get candidate
Yeah,
status,
yeah,
so
yeah.
that can also change some things.
That can change. But now I'll open up the floor for comments and questions. I don't know if there is a microphone somewhere in the... no. So you just shout out loud.
So basically, if all the European countries are affected by the energy crisis, of course Denmark would be affected even if it would be 100% autonomous in regards to energy, because Denmark does trade with all the European countries. So my comment was that is connected actually to the importance of the topic of today, the Black Sea, and it's important for the European security, for the energetic security of Europe. Going to green energy, like your colleague was saying, will not happen overnight. And there are many reasons for it. I think I'm not wrong when saying that, for example, Germany has almost half of its energy production now on renewable energies, but still there's an impediment in going 100%, which is wind energy, solar panel energy are very okay, but sometimes it rains, sometimes there's no wind. And Germany, like many other Western countries, have a very strong industry and they can't wait for the wind or for the sun to come up. So this is one of the reasons for which, unfortunately, going to 100% renewable energies will not happen very fast. Another reason is that not all the countries will have enough resources for this to happen. Also, people talking about the green energy movement also come up with a warning. There's a lot of metallization involved, which means that although you do not pollute, but in order to reach to producing green energy, you actually pollute a lot by producing all the metal parts that are required. And also you reduce the dependency on Russia for the gases, but to my knowledge photovoltaic cells are mostly produced by China. So you reduce dependency on one power stakeholder in the world, you increase it on another one. So with these in mind, and probably a million problems that you also know, comes now the question of the Black Sea, which is the Black Sea could be and actually is a gate, and Georgia here plays a very important part, and I'm happy to hear that there are now connections to Romania in many respects. It's a gate for gas, because now, at least this is a personal opinion, we can't get rid of gas and fossil fuel dependency that fast. Countries like Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, Iran, Georgia, either as producers or countries through which are transit for the pipelines, are very important for the entire energetic security of Europe. This is why Georgia, Madam Ambassador, speaking about its European perspectives and willingness to collaborate more with Europe, actually now you have even a bigger flag to hold in a way, because you signal to everyone, we're here, we're in a sensitive region, but a region that is a corridor for lots of resources. So my question to Madam Ambassador is, how is it that the Ukraine war affected the optics of the Europeans in regards to the importance of Georgia for its energetic security? Do you feel that there is more interest from your European partners in collaborating with you in the field of energy? Is there more focus on the pipelines who are planned, some of them for years and years and so on. So this would be my question for you. Has there been a shift in the mentality of European, of diplomats in regards to the importance of Georgia? Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Yes, thank you for the question. And I would say yes. Now, Georgia is a very difficult country in many ways, geopolitically very complicated. And of course, we have a history of the wars and all that. But nonetheless, even before the war to Ukraine, Georgia has been seen as a very important player, as a partner for Europe and for some other countries like US also, but for Europe in particular. You know, we were obviously in this association trio with Ukraine and Moldova, where we have signed the association agreement in 2014. So we started to adopt our legislation and all our functionalities to the acquis of European Union. So our association agreement includes 70% of all what European acquis demand. And we are halfway in implementing that. So we have been being supported by our partners, European partners in particular, through Eastern neighborhood policies and many other initiatives to get closer to Europe. Maybe not at the time with the full understanding that Georgia has this strategic importance from the security point of view of energy, but we were working very closely for also many years. Nonetheless, we didn't get the kind of support Ukraine is getting now in 2008 because it wasn't believed that Russia would do it again. We were shouting and crying out that this is going to be, next step will be Ukraine, then will be others, and etc. Now it is, by reflection, understood so much better. And now I think even NATO, and for which we are also actually having aspirations, and we are aspirant country to NATO since 2008, of Bucharest Summit, for that matter. So NATO is also now enhancing. We are enhanced collaborating partner along with Finland and Sweden, you know, with NATO. So they are building new capacities. They are building new institutions in Georgia. They are enhancing number of drills that they are conducting together with NATO. Georgia has been, you know, the country which had almost highest per capita number of soldiers in NATO missions, like in Afghanistan and other places. So we have full interoperability now. So there have been long time work to get us closer to those entities. We are not yet there, but now we have gotten this perspective. Hopefully we are going to get to the candidate status as well. And now, with the whole Ukrainian story, changing mind of European politicians and European people, that Russia is just not a partner they want to partner with, and they want to get rid of all these threats and blackmails and military aggression away from their lives, then they start to look at also their interests, because for them to implement these very tough measures and sanctions, like all the sanctions that have been coming through these last months, they also have to pay a price. But then they are looking for how can they reduce this price and what new ways they can find. And there, Georgia's geopolitical and geographical location plays a very important role, also because we have very good friendly relations and existing pipelines also with Azerbaijan, with Turkey. So it's not starting from the scratch. It's about rethinking and using it in a more strategic way. So one example of how it is changing is that Denmark, that has not opened in the last couple of years any embassy anywhere, rather closed some embassies, made a decision this spring, after war in Ukraine started, to open an embassy in Georgia to cover South Caucasus. The whole South Caucasus region becomes a very important entity now. So we had the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Denmark, Mr. Pfoe, visiting Georgia and then announcing opening of the embassy, which will be happening in October. So that's just one example, but there are many other examples where relationships elevated to different level, and some of our old friends who have always been you know, are championing Georgia, I would say, when nobody else was actually thinking that way. Now we have many more friends in that sense supporting us, but also thinking pragmatically how they can use Georgia and the closer Georgia becomes part of EU, for example, then it's much easier to work on all these projects and capacities. So thank you for the question.
Yeah, and I'm afraid that I will be the showstopper here, and I want to say thank you to the audience and thank you to the panelists for this interesting debate. I'm sure that it's going to be continued because it's an issue of very strategic importance, and I like this the idea of the European Sea. So let's see what we can make of it and make it. But thank you to, and a big hand of applause. There'll be a new session in 5 minutes that I'll also be moderating on the nation state, the role of the nation state in the new security environment.
Oh, it's also here.
Yeah.
I'm also part of that panel, so maybe I should do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and see you around.
See you around, and thanks really for responding. I think it's interesting.
Yes, I mean, it's a very important topic.
They will speak about it. This is just something.
Of course, always with the Black Sea I struggled. I mean, I struggled with the Black Sea and Moldova for almost 6 years. Yes.
Thank you. Should I keep it? I'm also in this other session.
Oh, you're going to speak again?
Yeah.
Yeah, just keep it.
So,
Yes.
I'm not.
Constantine, nice to meet you.
Nice
I
to
really
meet you.
liked a lot your speech. And I actually have one kind request. Me in Romania have met some Georgian volunteers on Erasmus Plus projects.
Yes.
And would it be okay if I could make a picture with you?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah?
Of course.
Okay,
Absolutely.
and my colleague Lavina.
Very nice to meet you.
Sorry.
We can ask my colleague here from Georgian Embassy. They want to make a picture. So.
Your phone? Yeah, your phone maybe. Yeah. We need this charge.
Yes. Okay.
I met actually one of the things I like about Georgia is the alphabet. You have a very nice writing. I lived in Greece for 1 year and I met the Georgian community from there. Actually, one of my nicest trips in Greece was with a bus full of Georgians. Maybe to stay here or in
stage, yes. Stage.
Thank you very much. Thank you and good luck with
Thank you.
all your future.
Thank you. We need your support. You are stationed in Brussels. That's a very good.
Yes, I
Shout
reside in
about
Bucharest,
Georgia
but
when you can.
I commute all the time.
So you meet right people in Brussels.
We meet MPs to the
So convey our message to Georgians importing as much as possible. We can connect with
I think there's a problem there in Brussels. They're saying all the time media MPs as well, some of them are working there now. There's a problem when we have people like you can make it more.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Well, hello everybody, and I'm really pleased that there's still some very strong people interested in foreign policy. My name is Charlotte Petersen. I'm the director of the Danish Foreign Policy Society, and the sort of the main mission of the Danish Foreign Policy Society is to have debates and informative debates about foreign policy. So we actually carry out 70 debates a year, both in the form of webinars and in form of meetings and all kind, on different topical issues which are important for Danish foreign policy and foreign policy in general. And this panel, very interesting panel, is about the nation state. Is it still relevant when you look at it from a security perspective? I think that's very, very interesting. I've worked a lot about nation states, and many times we've said, you know, the nation state is not relevant anymore. We are part of the EU, and what is it? But is the nation still relevant? And is actually the nation state what is also, what you could say, what Ukraine is fighting for? It's nation state, and what is a nation state in general? But in the past, nation states have been in charge of their own security policies, often alongside memberships of NATO. The recent geopolitical situation in Europe has made many re-question the fact, can we on the level of each and every nation state actually carry out security on our own, or do we always need to be in alliance with others through the EU or through NATO? So this will be the core of the debate tonight, and for this I have some very competent people. I have Gatis Eglitis, Minister of Welfare of Latvia. I have Ilhan Kuchuk from the ALDE party, co-president and member of parliament in the European Parliament, and Ambassador Neta Menabyev, Ambassador of Georgia. So welcome very much. Actually, I will do as we did prior, give you the opportunity to give a sort of a short presentation of your viewpoint on this issue, on this question, how you see it. And I'd like we start from Minister of Welfare of Latvia, Gatis Eglitis, if you could provide. I know that the security perspective and security issues are very much at the fore of Latvia at the moment, as you nearly with the borders to Russia and everything.
Exactly, and thank you very much for this for the invitation to this event, and also Jan Bertelsen, the CEO of this great initiative festival, for bringing us here together and raising this investment in democratic debate, democratic thinking and also on European topics. I think this is something that we need, especially now in these crazy times. About myself, maybe briefly, I'm Minister for Social Affairs, Welfare, which is social employment, gender equality, family, people with disabilities. But my background is actually, I'm also security background. So I've worked with NATO issues, and I've worked in the foreign ministry in Latvia on security relations. So I know a bit, so to say. And also, of course, as a country, we are next doors to an aggressive and dangerous neighbor. So we live, I would say, with some degree of uneasiness, or maybe even sometimes fear, next to our big neighbor, the three Baltic states. Well, what I can say is that, of course, our big achievement in security terms, of course, has been NATO, and we have staked our security on NATO. I would say 100%. We see that NATO is the right instrument, the right tool to protect small countries like Latvia, the Baltic states, against any potential aggressors. And Article 5 has served its purpose more than 70 years, has prevented military aggression So we are, I would say, fortunate. We're happy to be of NATO, and of course that requires also a lot of investment on our side. We cannot only depend on collective security. We have to do our homework at work as well, at home, strengthen our internal security. Because sometimes you don't need military aggression to capture a country. Sometimes it can happen from within. If you have a weak society, a not resilient society, it can be manipulated. It can be vulnerable. So, thank you.
Yeah, maybe just an additional question to you. So, how do you see the role of the EU as a security provider to Latvia, for example?
Unfortunately, we don't see EU as a sort of in sort of military terms that EU could come up with a good functioning military defense model. There's a lot of talk in Brussels, that we need to build sort of common, army or whatever forces, but we don't believe in that simply. And I think now also in seeing now what happens after the Russian aggression in Ukraine, the EU sort of sometimes, especially the big EU countries, I don't think they were up to task. EU is very good, of course, for building, as I said, the resilience of the society, and that is, of course, needed. EU is strong in sort of building economy, market economy, social standards, a lot of what is needed to have a successful state, a successful country. But EU should not really go into sort of military affairs.
Do you think that, just an additional, just to pursue this topic, do you think that if Ukraine had been member of the EU, not NATO, but member of the EU, would Russia have attacked, invaded Ukraine?
I don't think so, no.
No. So in that terms, just the fact that you're a member of the club could actually be a detection or deter an aggressive state in itself.
I believe so.
Yes, thank you. So next presenter, Mr. Ilan Kuchuk.
Well, when I was in the Euro organization, the Liberal Euro organization, and the Brits were about to leave, we always had these talks with them. Even we initiated the campaign. Better is in is better than out. And working for a long time with Eastern Partnership countries, but also specifically with countries coming from the Western Balkans, I know that sitting outside is freezing. And we understand that as Bulgarians, as country joined European Union in 2007 and NATO in 2004. One thing is sure, I don't want to argue with the book called Why Nation States Fail, but just to make a point that nation states doesn't fail because they have strategic priorities like being in NATO and European Union, and they follow the aspiration of their own citizens. They fail for different reasons, and usually, as we see recently, they're attacked by bully powers. It happened for Georgia in 2008, happened to Crimea in 2014, and European Union, in a way, the entire West was kind of absent from the consequences of that attack, be it in Georgia or be it in Crimea. I hope this time European Union and the entire West will be more resilient, and we will remember Crimea, Georgia, Ukraine for more than 4 months, because this is a battle between good and bad. This is a battle between evil and angel, and we have to choose sides. And I do believe that European Union can do a lot of things. First, to give a strong perspective to the countries. We granted Ukraine with candidate status, and I want European Union to continue doing it with Georgia and with Moldova, because it is in the strategic interest of the European Union at least. And we have to invest in our security as is European as well. And I strongly disagree with the minister on that. Nobody is saying that European Union should duplicate the efforts of NATO. We are saying that Europeans should be able to provide their own security. If we didn't have enough time or we were not reasonable to have a wake-up call in 2008 or 14, I think this moment should be the wake-up call for the European Union. We should turn a different page now in our integration process. I think for Europe is important, and this is more to Brussels, but also to the member states, to make it clear. Europe should become from security consumer a security provider, and that's important. Not only to fulfill our obligations of 2% of GDP when it comes to NATO, but also to coordinate our efforts, how to build a resilient civil society, but also how to protect those vulnerable countries which are obviously having aspiration of being part of the Euro-Atlantic cooperation, to say it in a very gentle way.
Thank you. I have also a follow-up question to you. So what you're actually suggesting, as I can imply, is actually that we actually already now create a vision of a more wider Europe, a wider EU, that is actually secures that it's not so cold on the outside. We can actually start warming up to the Western Balkan countries, to the Moldova, to Georgia, to Ukraine, so that because it's also of strategic geopolitical interest of the EU to do that.
Well, to start with Western Balkans, these countries are, historically speaking, they are integral part of Europe. The First World War started from there, the Second World War started from there, and I don't see any reason why they shouldn't be integral part of the European Union. European Union means security, means prosperity, means freedom. And it's better to invest, again, speaking economically, and I don't like this thinking from part of the continent, but I wanna emphasize here. Even speaking economically, it's cheaper to pay for security before the war than after the war. And for those countries having aspiration to be part of the Euro-Atlantic cooperation, I don't see any reason why we should stop their aspiration of becoming part of the club. And let's put it very simple. What do we have? We have assertive China. What is China? China is not a just country. China is an empire. It's Han Chinese. We have Russia with population of 150 million and geographically speaking bigger than European Union. And we have, of course, strong American state, be it federal, that gives them opportunity to take decisions quicker than European Union. And having all those three pillars, where's the European Union? What is the aim of the European Union? Obviously, to play a global role. And if we want to play that global role, we have to be ready for the 21st century. All those institutions where we sit in Brussels are fit for the 20th century, not for the 21st century. In order to make them really reshaped for the 21st century, we have to take bold decisions.
But now I'm going to be the critical voice because I have spoken to several Danish parliamentarians on this issue, and they would say, well, what about the Copenhagen criteria? What about the compliance with rule of law, governance institutions, all these things? We have now waited for the Western Balkans to actually comply, and where are we at this moment? And what about democracy? Democracy is deteriorating in Serbia, in Bosnia to some degree. Can we really let them in? We look at what's going on in Hungary, and we sort of regret ever letting them in. All these problems, should we just close our eyes to that?
I'm the last person who is going to say that we have to abolish the high democratic standards. On the contrary, Hungary was a democratic state, it is still a democratic state, and Orban was democratic prime minister sitting in our group. Let me remind you that. And then he wanted to be with the man of power called Angela Merkel, and he moved to EPP. And then he was expelled by EPP. So democracy and rule of law and the fundamental rights are eroding in Ukraine, in Hungary, pardon me. We have some warring tendencies in Poland as well. And because of that, European Union decided to have the safeguard for democratic principles and rule of law every year on annual basis. Based on clear benchmarks, we have a clear roadmap and implementation of, of that roadmap by the European Commission. Where is the rule of law? How free are the judges? What kind of decisions are taken? Where is the role of the media? How free is the society? And this is the annual report done objectively by the experts in European Commission, and the report is voted by the European Parliament. Same goes to the accession countries. We have new methodology now, the so-called the French methodology. The first cluster, previously we had the chapters, now we have the cluster. The first cluster starts with rule of law, and the last cluster ends with rule of law. So this gives enough certainty to those skeptical member states that rule of law as a precondition, the precondition, will be there until the very last moment of the accession countries. And once they enter the club, the rule of law stays as a fundamental issue, and they will be monitored by individual professional experts by European Commission.
Thank you. So now the time has come to Ambassador of Georgia, Nada. Yeah.
Very interesting reflections here from my colleague speakers. And I am born in Latvia. So my grandmother was Latvian. So I relate very, very closely, and I lived 7 years of my childhood in Latvia. When Soviet Union collapsed, it was to some extent because of a very strong independence movement in Georgia, where my country set an example how we should resist and how we should fight for our independence at the time. And then it collapsed. We were all more or less in the same country, the similar history of annexation and all that stories. Yet, Baltic states had very good friends in Nordic countries, so they were picked and supported by help of all the Nordic countries and some others, of course, but so they were helped to become EU members right away and NATO members very soon. Not because they were any more fitted or because there was more political interest in that, and they had maybe more historic connections to this region, so that Georgia didn't have any such supporter. We were somewhere in between Russia, Turkey, whatever, unclear. But we felt very strongly that we are Europeans. We have always fought to be Europeans. We have hundreds of years of history of being attempting to become a member of EU. We are the Christian country which is bordering Turkey and Azerbaijan, and almost last Christian country between Europe and Asia, so to say. So for us, it was extremely part of our identity. We wanted to be part of that. It didn't happen. Then what happened is we started to build democratic society or to strengthen our values, because values are the same. Make no mistake. Don't think that Copenhagen criteria are the only criteria in the world. There are principles and values which are stronger than all the criteria in the world, because these are fundamental freedoms, this is human rights. These are all issues which underpin Copenhagen criteria as well. Now, to be able to become a member of the EU, you need to comply fully with Copenhagen criteria. But to start that process and to become a candidate, which can last many years, it's not a short process. You can strive to meet the Copenhagen criteria step by step and develop. And believe me, European Union has never had a stronger instrument in hand to promote democracy around its borders. And by promoting democracy, you also promote security, which is important for the region, not just for Georgia, but for European Union as well. So what we believe is that instead of pushing us back and telling us comply to that criteria, that in the meantime the guy bulldozers us with tanks and destroys people, and I have out of 3.7 million country, I have 500,000 homeless people ethnically discriminated and expelled from their homes and living in the nowhere. And everybody watching is telling me about Copenhagen criteria. This is not good enough. We have to, if we stand for those values and those criteria, we should have reacted in 2008, and we should have been supported even before that when we shed our blood for democracy. Many people died in Georgia for freedom and independence from Soviet Union. But then it was just not so interesting targets for them. So in honesty, I know I'm passionate, and maybe as a diplomat I'm not supposed to be, but I am, you know, I have worked with the United Nations almost all my professional life, and so I am very strong on the sense of justice and human rights and all that. So what I think is that we need to look at this security as a not just nation security. It cannot be only nation security, because when Georgia was invaded in 2008, before that, we knew we would be invaded. We were told we would be invaded. Putin said that he planned it long years back. So we were having Americans coming, training our army, our soldiers. We had a very well-equipped, small, very well-trained army, which withheld Russian tanks for 5 days. Imagine this little country, 5 days under Russian attack, military, before the European Union of 20th century was making up its mind what to do, who to go, what kind of facilitation to make. We were fighting, and our people were dying there for their freedoms. And had we not had that nation's power, we would not have existed, because Russia came there to take Tbilisi, not just 20% of our territory. But these 5 days were critical and saved us, and then presidents of Latvia and Estonia and Poland and so on, they came and stood on the Freedom Square with us, and that stopped Putin. So that support meant a lot for survival of state of Georgia, even though 20% is occupied. We are immensely grateful for that, but we also know that it could have been avoided in the 2008 summit. They were just granting us membership action plan to become NATO member. Instead, they said Georgia and Ukraine will become members of NATO. Putin said, we shall see. And then in a few months, he invaded. So it was just not wise strategic move from the European Union. And that's why, for the European Union to be more secure, you have to have also secure environment. You shouldn't have frustrated people and deteriorating states near you, which are scared of this all ethnical conflicts which are generated by big neighbors. But we should have as much democracy as possible. So instead of pushing us back and saying, no, you are not yet ready, so don't pollute our crystal clear territory here. Instead, help us to become better. We want to take responsibility. We want to work on that. We want to demonstrate to you that we are not less good than you are, and we are not having less values than you have. But we are in circumstances, we are under constant threat that we can't really move forward. Any step forward, you are pushed back. Every day he takes more border of the territory. It's 40 kilometers from capital that Putin is standing there. So for us, becoming a member of EU is not giving us military protection, but it is holding him back from invading us. And from that point of view, we believe that membership in EU is also protection. Membership in NATO is also protection. And the longer we are kept away, at a piece of Russia, mind you. Russia was sort of informally vetoing us and Ukraine to become members of NATO. Nobody else. And it was the other countries that listened to Russia more than to others. So it's not fair. We are small, we are little, and we are playing hard between big guys, making deals and all that. And mind you, with all respect and big support to Ukraine and Moldova for getting candidate status, when Georgia didn't get candidate status in the June decision of the European Commission, which had nothing to do with our merit and performance. Our indicators are better than Ukraine's and better in Moldova in many instances. So we have our own problems, we know them, we deal with them, but we were not the worst one to be excluded. But okay, it happened. What it brings to us, it makes us more vulnerable. It is a signal to Putin that, okay, Georgia can still be a playground for your exercises here and there, and nobody is going to really oppose you if you invade Georgia. That's how Georgian people saw it. And you know what? Georgian people said they don't want us. They will never take us. We work hard, we try. So instead of keeping that enthusiasm, keeping that reforms going, consolidating this achievement and progress towards democracy, sending a very clear message to Putin that this country is not going to be left alone, thanks to Denmark for not leaving us behind. I think we are losing ground and our people are losing hope, and as say, oh, these Europeans, they always look at us as third-class citizens, and we are not third-class citizens. We are ancient civilization. We have been number one in many things that Europe values. We have our culture, we have our unique language, we have our unique script, a lot of things which we can bring to the diversity of Europe. So let us in, let us be part of you rather than us being hijacked by the big power which we as a 3.7 million nation just cannot resist. So for us it is very important to have our own national security forces as strong as possible, but it is also very important for us to be affiliated and be friends with all those countries who collectively create a security umbrella for us. And us being safe also makes you safe. So we depend on each other, and I think that's important.
Yeah, just a comment. Honestly, for me, I'm mostly concerned about Georgia. Of all the European states, Georgia is the country in terms of Russian aggression that concerns me the most, because if Russia wants a distraction from the bad war, the bad success in Ukraine, they will use Georgia. Yeah, it's easy, so I understand your concern very much in this sense. But I also know that the reason why the EU said that there were still some things to go is actually the polarization in the parliament between and the way that the parliamentary you could say governance is going about, and there is also a degree, maybe, and I don't know whether I'm right, but that's what I understand, a degree of state capture by one person, who is also very critically acclaimed by civil society because he has not vocally come out against Russia's aggression in that sense. So of course there's a lot of things going on, but on the big picture, I think I agree very much with the fact that at the moment, to me, Georgia is the most vulnerable, and therefore this is where EU as well as NATO should have all its attention in order of deterrence. But again, a bit back, because actually EU plays a role as a security provider in Georgia. How do you see that?
It does, very strong role. And these days we are not talking only about military operation, isn't it? We are talking about cybersecurity. There's a hybrid war going on. There is a propaganda. There is disinformation. There are many other things in which European Union has quite relevant programs and projects, and I believe they are part of the security arrangement. So from that point of view, even Georgia, not being European Union member, has been part of the European even military, whatever operations that European Union has conducted, and we have done the same for NATO forces, etc. So we try to show that we are loyal to those both institutions, and we want to be a member, and we play it fair and honest. Now, we strongly believe that have we been having even candidate status or membership action plan with NATO earlier, we would not have been invaded, even though Russia was threatening that, but we wouldn't have been invaded. And I think we still continue. I mean, we might be upset, we might be disappointed, but we are people and civilization which has survived many thousands of years, and we have been attacked by Mongols and Turks and so on, and Russians. And so from that point of view, we survived because we have strong spirit for survival. So we will continue to fight, we will continue to reform, we will continue to address those recommendations of European Commission in which our shortcomings are indicated, as we have done in the past years, and our track record of reform is very high and very good. So we will address them, but we need, you have to have two to dance tango. So that's what we need.
Maybe for the audience out there in the virtual things, and I just want to also make a recommendation for a fantastic book that also gives a picture of, you could say, Georgian history and how it's connected actually to Europe, which is called the 8th, the 8th Rom, take
8 Life.
The 8 Life,
Brilka.
yeah, the 8 Life, and it's by Nino
Kharatishvili.
and it's translated to Denmark. It's a fantastic book,
Yeah.
and if you want to get an impression of everything here. But I think actually what we will do now is actually open the floor for comments and questions, and there's a microphone going about here, so if there's any questions. You have one? Yeah, I'm happy that you have a question. Yeah, or a comment?
A comment. I will introduce myself again. Constantin Detu. I represent Volunteer Europe Network, Imago Mundi Youth Organization, but also Radio Romania. I have more hats like all of us probably. I would like to comment on a few things that all of you said. One of them being that it costs less to prevent a war than actually to pay after it for all the costs that arise. You mentioned about the Copenhagen criteria while Madam Ambassador was stating the fact that there's kind of a, this is how I feel it, a kind of a bitterness related to the fact that some EU dissidents maybe don't see exactly the importance of Georgia in the bigger scheme of things. And I would like to say some things first, like, well, Europe is imperfect, and it will continue to be imperfect. And sometimes it's not the games, it's not the rules that make the game, it's the game that makes the rules. And I want to explain myself. Let's imagine, because you mentioned earlier about Hungary and about Turkey who have some problems, some issues. There was a mentioning about different countries from the Balkans. Let's imagine, for example, that Hungary, with Orban making a bit of a mess and whatever, but also let's not forget that some of the biggest investors in Hungary are states like Germany or France with huge stakes in there. So let's imagine, for example, that Hungary was not in the EU and it was not in NATO. Think of the refugee crisis a few years ago, and think about the fact that I come from Romania. Think about the fact that more than 1 million people have passed through Romania and went on further on their journeys, either to reunite with families all across Europe or to find shelter and refuge in Denmark, northern countries and so on. What would have happened if at the Romanian-Hungarian border, while on the other side Serbia is good friends with Russia or trying to be, you know, in between? Let's imagine that this 1 million and something would not have had the possibility to go further, and all the tension would have come on Romania. Let's imagine, for example, that Turkey would have never gotten the candidate status for the EU, and that links with Erdogan, as complicated as they are today, would not have existed. What would have happened with the Turkey who would have fell victim to, or not victim, but would have been ruled by a fundamentalist Islamic regime, or if Turkey would have unilaterally denounced the Montreal Convention that prohibits and regulates how warships travel through the Bosphorus, and if, for example, Russian warships would have been free to go to Syria and do whatever they want there. So what I want to say by this is that in times of crisis, rules need to change. Because I used Hungary and Turkey as potential examples. What would have happened with these two countries in other contexts that I just explained could very well happen in the future with other countries from the Balkans or Georgia who don't do their homework well. Well, one thing I want to say in the end, there are lots of countries within Europe that are very corrupt. For example, one surprise of mine as a Romanian, that I found out once that Belgium and the Netherlands are the countries with the biggest tax evasion, and I was very surprised. I said, why? Why not us the first, knowing our background on corruption? So the fact is that sometimes when you get somebody into a club, you can change things faster and increase what's happening with that person than if you leave it waiting out the door. So this should be something to food of thought for Georgia, and for Danish people it should be understood somehow that Europe and Denmark in itself, as a member of a select club for many decades, are victims of their own success. If a company is small, it has a few employees, it needs to care of those employees and of that basis of customers. Yeah. In a very prosaic way, if Europe is bigger and if Denmark as part of this club is richer, this comes with additional worries and concerns, and we can't just turn the eye on that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think I would like to take this question to Ilhan, because what I also think is when you have a crisis that we have at the moment, like we need to rethink Europe, and you can use this crisis just as we, during the Second World War, we had the San Francisco meeting on the establishing the UN, and we're ready for the time that the war actually ended and we could create a new world order. And the same time, this crisis that we have, or this conflict, this terrible war, could it be used, and could it be on the initiative of the European Parliament to actually have a sort of a meeting, a conference on how to chart the future, the vision of Europe? Because as Gorbachev said in '89 in the Council of Europe, he said, we have to create a European house from the Ural Mountains to the transatlantic sea. And otherwise, he said, it will be anarchy. So somehow we have not created this European house. We have only partly created a European house. We have not become the peace project that we were supposed to be. We have become a project which is actually dividing nations and not providing the security that we give. Is there any discussions within the European Parliament on these sort of, you could say, more visionary and future, and how should peace look like actually when it comes?
How should peace look like? And I would add, with peace should come prosperity, and in between probably, or before that, the security. But we had a big discussion about the vision of European Union, and usually your colleagues are asking me, how do I envisage the European Union in the next decades? I don't answer as I was answering previously. I want to see it bigger, I want to see it smaller. I think we need to see European Union more efficient. More efficient when it comes to deliveries here in European Union, delivering to the 27 EU member states. And it's a shame that for already 7 years, such an important dossier like the migration one, I know that I'm putting a toxic point here in Denmark while we are discussing migration and foreign affairs. But sitting in the European Council, we were not able to take a decision. And the crisis is coming. More migrants are coming. I see it from my own country, Bulgaria. A lot of people are crossing the border between Bulgaria and Turkey. And we will have again the same problem. We'll have Europe divided, we'll have Europe a la carte, and this will be used by the opponents of the European idea. This will be used by Putin and his friends, be it Orban, be it Vucic, be it some others, sitting around the table, and they will point on us that we are weak. We cannot afford weakness any longer when it comes to the European Union. There is a big discussion about how we should deepen the European Union, and I'm completely in favor of that. We should reform European Union in order to make it reshaped, in order to make it fit for the 21st century. We have to make big reforms in the European institutions. But at the same time, we have to enlarge the European Union. And having said that, I don't mean that we have to give the green card tomorrow to Georgia, Ukraine, North Macedonia, Albania, whatever country. We should give them the key. We should give them the key and aspiration that one day, after a long way of fulfilling the Copenhagen criteria, and here I'm 100% with the ambassador. What kind of Copenhagen criteria today Ukraine is fulfilling? They are paying every day with their blood, with their soul. What kind of Copenhagen criteria Georgia was fulfilling in 2008? I mean, we shouldn't expect those countries who paid for their own freedom, prosperity, security, for their own lives, by their own blood, just to be bureaucratic and technocratic, checking the boxes from one dossier to another dossier. That's for later. Now it's important that we give a political message. And the message is clear. We want you in because your aspiration is to be part of the club. A club brings security, brings prosperity, brings freedom. we are the peace project and want to build the peace project back, because Europe is not peace now. Europe is at war. And we have to find a way to transmit this message to the European societies. In some countries, for historical reasons, it's easier. In some, it's more difficult. But will take time. But for some issues, we just don't have time. We have to react now. Tomorrow will be late. And those bullies are not waiting for us, not waiting for the bureaucrats sitting in the European Commission to make the next tick. They just act without asking us. They're not afraid of confrontation. They don't care about values. They care about their own interests and the new territories. And we see this every day.
And Mr. Iglesias, what commentary do you have in terms of this thinking around security and the European Union from the Latvian, from your perspective, but from perspective of Latvia as well?
Yeah, I think it's important to note that for the last 22 years, basically, Putin regime is a bit like a tumor which has been growing in this long time in the so-called body of Europe, and in Russia as a state has done everything in its power to diminish European project by all means, through media, through direct involvement in political processes in certain countries, building alliances with strongmen of Europe. We know the names. So basically, Russia has done everything in the last 20 years, basically, to work against our European common project, and also corrupting some of the Western countries. We know, for instance, these gas links. Germany has in the past 20 years, become super reliant, and their political elites being friendly to Russia. But what we are seeing now is basically because of our really courageous Ukrainian people, that I think there is happening already, but there will definitely be more cleansing of this Russian influence, and this influence is in many countries through different means. I know my own country, we are taking steps now we are taking steps that should have been taken 15-20 years ago, but we are doing it now, and I think also other countries are reflecting upon themselves. But in EU level, I think it's very important to understand. Okay, you have this Copenhagen criteria, whatever, but really it's about who is leading Europe, who are the leaders, who are the visionaries, and I mean, for a long time we had Angela Merkel basically more or less deciding where we will go, right? Because whatever Angela said, most will say, okay, yeah, we agree. Now, and interestingly enough, that Putin invaded right after Angela left. So who are the leaders? Who are the brave leaders of Europe who will shape the course that others will follow? Right? And I must say, I'm very impressed with our president of the European Commission, von der Leyen. I'm very impressed with the president of the European Parliament, Metsola. They are brave, they are courageous, and I hope we will have also national leaders from the big parties, big countries also taking up the burden. And unfortunately, in Germany, I don't see that happening, but we will see. So I think it's important to see who is actually the leader of Europe shaping up.
And now a very difficult question, because I lived 2 years in Moscow from 86 to 88 during Soviet times. I've lived in Latvia actually from 92 to 93, and I traveled extensively to all of the countries. But do you think, now in Latvia there's a lot of people who has fled from Russia. Do you believe that Russia ever will become democratic, and should we create a an EU in which they could actually integrate? Or what do you know? And maybe we'll take a quick round, starting with you, Mr. Iglesias, and then quick, because then after this we'll have to close.
Sure. I think we should do everything in our common power to make sure that Russia at some point becomes a normal state, you know, and Ukrainians are doing the big brunt of the job now. I mean, they are really defending Europe, defending our values, and I believe that the Putin regime will crumble. It's not sustainable. We will see how long it will take, but we have to do everything possible now to support Ukrainian people, Ukrainian economy, very important, so that it's, of course, military. But the regime will crumble. It's not sustainable, definitely. They have, like in poker, Putin has basically put in everything, you know, it's all the stake, all the money, cash in. But his bluff will be called, and it's called now. Basically, we are seeing what's happening now. They are failing. Thanks God, Russia is a corrupt state, and we see it now in their military. It's crap. You know, they're ineffective, and thank God so. What I don't like sometimes in European debates, especially in Western Europe, they say, well, we should be careful who will come after Putin, you know, maybe it's somebody worse. Don't think that way.
Putin is the worst.
He's the worst. There's no way you can beat him, you know, there's no way. Anyone who will be after has to be better. So, and that's why these links actually for a long time were developed by Western leaders, saying, oh, well, we should, you know, we should care for stability of Russia, you know, and then Putin ensures stability. So, and we don't know who will be the next, you know. This is bullshit. I'm sorry to say.
I totally agree, but yeah. It's good. But so you, in the event, you think we should at some point reach out and try to support a democratic transition in Russia?
Absolutely. I think a lot of people in Russia, they're super scared, and that's normal, you know, because this is a very, very oppressive regime we are talking about. You know, there is no freedom whatsoever at all levels. But once these big changes happen, you know, there will be people who will want, Russian people, they will want to live normal democratic life.
And Mr. Ilhan?
Well, it depends what is democratic standard. If you have the democratic standard as we think for European country, I doubt anytime soon Russia will be democratic democratic country. But I don't think is it the right approach to close the door for all those dissidents and people struggling and fighting as well for freedom and civil liberties in Russia. And we know many of them in Kasyanov's party, in Yabloko, in other political or non-partisan organizations. There are individuals struggling for European values, obviously. And we should do everything in our toolbox to support them. I don't have any other answer than that. There is the only way to help those democratic individuals in Russia. We've been debating many times the theory of changing the regime from inside. I don't believe it. I mean, having read a lot about Russia and the history of Russia, I don't feel optimistic if somebody from outside wants to impose political process inside Russia.
And Mrs. Ambassador?
Yeah, I think that at the moment, because all the red lines have been crossed and because there is so much of bloodshed, including obviously Ukraine at the moment, but also some others, I believe that at this point in time, it is a responsibility of international democratic community to show that there is a line beyond which things are not acceptable. And these lines should not be traded for either oil or other things, you know. There are things which should be accepted as not acceptable. And for that, you need to continue standing and sending very consistent, ideally coordinated message between all the parties, and do a lot of work to prepare your societies in Europe to understand what's going on and why it is not acceptable and why should everybody do their bit in accepting the consequences of this positioning. So that means that Russia will have to go down before it goes up. Now, how long it will take to go down will very much depend also how the external pressures will be on Russia and how bad it will become. I agree with my fellow speaker here that Russians can tolerate a lot and they can be patient and they can have nothing and live without nothing and still survive. So we shouldn't count to a very quick transformation of Russian society. But Russia has brilliant people, Russia has right people, and Russia has people who don't like what is going on. So I think those people require support for them to do their job, because no country from outside can do that job. So it may take a long time, and it is not yet the time to support Russia to become democratic, because it's not ready for that. But there will be time which will come when these people will raise, and there will be critical mass of them, and they will move people. And I believe that Russia does have future, but it may take generational change, and not one generation perhaps, but we have to be patient for that. But until then, Russia's hands must be tied not to shed any more extra drop of blood of anybody outside Russia.
Thank you so much. What I hear is that Russia needs a major defeat.
Yes.
And then only then there can come reflection in terms of growing. So thank you so much to the panelists. I think we had a great debate, a very important debate. And thank you to all of you for listening. And yes, so this will be my final moderation here in this stage. We didn't have so much climate, we had security, but I hope you forgive us. So give the panelists a great hand.
Thank you. Thank you.